Hello, motherfuckers. Welcome to my club of Kottontales. This is a place for me to be 100% me. It helps me mentally and physically. Good motherfucking morning from me to you. It is currently 9:21 a.m. It is a Thursday. Tis Thursday. Thursday the 25th. 2024. I feel like I was supposed, I feel like I have something I was supposed to do today. I think my attorney's gonna call me, but I'm not sure. I forgot to write that shit down. Whoops. But, pretty sure that would be in the afternoon. I don't know. I guess we'll see. My phone is up because I want to make sure I don't miss any messages or calls because we are waiting to hear from the apartment. They still, they have to I gave them my landlord's email, but they have to get, you know, for all I know, she's seen this, and is doing the process. But I sent another message this morning, just like, good morning. I wanted to send another message just to be sure you got my landlord's email address. It's blank. Have a wonderful Thursday. I look forward to speaking with you soon. And then Amber Lewis. So we just wait. You know what I mean? There's really nothing else that we can do but wait at this point. Same thing that we've been doing. Um, I'm gonna do a little bit of pew pew. I came to rocket racing because, I mean, it's just too good to see them standing next to the car. But I actually plan on doing some pew pew because we trying to get that space sword. And then Lego. Just gonna play some Lego. Most likely, haven't decided which world I'm gonna do. There's a world where we're kind of just getting ourselves established, and then there's a world where we are heavily established. We have 5 different villages. So we will decide that after some pew pew. Not gonna play any vroom vroom. Just some pew pew and then Lego. Oh my gosh. Oh, put up my 420 command. Listening to For Your Corruption, FYC. Dark History. Jada Rose is loaded to perfection. And I just thought it was as simple as if the people who vote see the movie and like it, they nominate it. But it's way more complicated and way more expensive than that. We're all overwhelmed with the thousands of movies and documentaries that come out every day. But yeah, I'm so anxious. And don't get me started on television. I've been checking my email constantly, but I imagine it will probably be closer to noon when she checks her email. Then there's some cooking shows, the Royal Family Show, a show about a cult. Yeah, there's so many, whole 90 of them. I mean, the list never ends. And that's the problem. But it's not just a big problem for us. It's also a big-ass problem for our first award show, the Emmys. They're struggling with this. Now, the Emmy Awards are given to people that are a part of what are considered the hottest TV shows of the year. But they're given out by an organization known as the Television Academy of Arts and Sciences. I know, TV Academy sounds very efficient. But this just means a whole bunch of people who have worked in television for a certain amount of time. There are actually 31 specific areas did not grab a water, apparently. Eligible to join. Everyone from animators to stunt people to casting directors to writers. Directors Water.
Come on. Oh my gosh. So, there is a parent that I talk to sometime named Dakota. Oh my gosh, Dakota is a freaking lightsaver. Like, lifesaver beyond everything. He offered to help me to move. Yo, do you know how fucking awesome that is? I was worried that it was just gonna be me and Allie mom trying to move everything out of my cave, and having an extra person, and for all I know he might bring someone that would be really awesome. I'm really thankful that I've gotten to know Dakota, and I got his number now because I want to be able to get a hold of him when it comes time to move. But I just was like, oh my gosh, when he offered, I was just like, oh my gosh, like, oh my gosh. Because that was like one of the things I was kind of worrying myself about, is like, how the hell am I going to move everything out of here and move it into a new place when I don't really have anybody to ask? And I didn't ask, he offered, man. I for realty plan on like giving him like $5 or something, just like, thank you so much. I'd foresee him not really taking it, but I'm still gonna offer it, bitch. Oh my gosh. Oh. I'm not used to getting up early on Thursday. Thursday is usually the day I get to sleep in, so it's like feels a little weird that it's 9:30. Oh. Oh my. Big yawn.
So how does Emily in Paris get nominated, but a show like I May Destroy You doesn't? Well, this is where the scandal part comes in. In 2021, there was an investigation into the Golden Globes looking at bribery and pitch. They found it. A lot of people were caught red-handed. They found out that one member of the Hollywood Foreign Press sold tickets to the award show for $39,000. That's smart. Good for him. I would. No, I wouldn't, but maybe. But then, they also found out that nearly 1/3 of the members were given a gift from that little show on Netflix called Emily in Paris. The gift? Well, I'll tell you, it was a full-on vacation
yeah.
And the first
Came here, but there's no...
the actual awards portion of it only lasted as
No
long
fucking...
as 15 minutes. I'm just kidding. He only lasted 5. But yeah, it was only 15 minutes long.
I don't even know what elemental shine that was, but it was either water or air.
It's about the awards. It's about the red carpet. It's about the tweets. It's about the fashion, the sponsors, blah blah. Who's dating who? Blah blah blah. You're invited. Allegedly, you show up no matter what. Because even if you don't win the Oscars, I hear they give you a little gift bag called a swag bag. I love free shit. Wow. Look at me, like throwing myself out there, like please. But I guess the swag bag is filled with high-end items and gift certificates that are usually worth like tens of thousands of dollars for me. Now, swag bag in the 2022 Oscars was worth $103,000. Yeah, it was a house. Well, not a well, let me not find myself on that. It was a house bag and filled with fancy olive oils. Oh, never mind. I don't want this bag. Candles. No, I have enough. And beauty products. Okay, I'll take it. There was like a gift certificate for $50,000 to a Scottish castle getaway. Okay, I'll take that. $25,000 in home renovations and $15,000 in spa treatments. Oh man, take it. But back then, in the original award ceremony, it was just like free dinner, simpler times. The voting was also one judge was selected by the Academy to represent each of the 5 branches: writers, directors, actors, producers, and that judge would then pick 10 candidates from their field they thought deserved to be nominated for an Oscar. Once the 10 candidates from each branch were chosen, everyone who's a member of the Academy would vote internally and then narrow it down to their top 3 favorites. And back then, when the Academy first started, it was only about like 40 people in total. From there, a central board of judges and the popular win. Now, this didn't actually control very much there in the Academy Awards or thing, because the first ever Oscar for Best Actor it was actually supposed to go to a dog, like a little dog. His name was Cuntent. So this dog had been in more than 20 movies. Great work ethic. And in the very first round of voting, Rin Tin Tin won. Hands down. Pause down. Whatever. But at the end of the day, Louis and the other high-ups put their heads together and decided the first ever Oscar should go to a human. So they changed it, and then it went to a guy named Emil Jannings. Turned out that Emil was a Nazi. Of course he was. And he actually got his little trophy sent to him a few weeks before the ceremony because he had to fly back to Germany to make Nazi propaganda films. So yeah, in hindsight, it might have been better to let the dog win, but what do we know? You know, we're sleeping in bed. Pretty soon, everyone in Hollywood wanted one of those little statues. I mean, they were sexy. They made you feel special. The story goes that the name Oscar actually caught on because one night at the award ceremony, a famous actress named Betty Davis, she was overheard saying that Tyler Lionel, that Oscar statue, reminded her of Will Smith. Harmful Oscar said, "Lucky girl, what a small tight ass he must have had." Anyway, people just, I guess, love it, and the people wanted Oscars. I was hoping it was named after the fish. That would have been more fun, right? Who doesn't like a fish? Right. Okay, so there's like this well-known actress at the time. Her name was Mary Pickford. Now, Miss Mary, she had been acting since she was a little kid. During the silent film era in the 1910s, she had nicknames like the Queen of Movies and America's Sweetheart. She had these like cute little curls and was known for mastering roles where she played a sweet, wholesome, virginal girl, just like me. The second she grew up, she wanted to be seen differently. She wanted to be considered an adult woman now and not the sweet little angel that they were making her be. And this was happening
Oh, I just need to hit somebody with my fire
movies
bender.
started to have sound. Mary started a movie called Coquette. She chopped off her signature little girl curls for it and made it clear that she was an adult actress now. Not like a porn star, just an adult actor. And she felt like she deserved the Oscar for her amazing performances. And then the reviews of the movie came in, and they were not great. They came in saying that she was okay. You know, she wasn't great, she wasn't bad, she was just okay. Mary I mean, at the time, bribing your way into a vote through a dinner party was one of the most scandalous things you could ever do. So the community protested marrying her husband and the Oscars. So just to recap, the first ever Oscars, the Academy overruled the People's Choice and decided among themselves to nominate a completely different actor. Justice for Cuntent. And then, I mean, 20 movies. Come on, you gotta give that dog some credit here, you guys. And then the very next year, Mary and her husband pulled their little stunt and rigged the Best Actress nomination. So they don't really have, like, the best track record so far. But unfortunately, lessons were not learned. Things would only get worse. The deeds got darker and the corruption would run even deeper. Now the Academy continued to grow and evolve over time. Instead of 5 branches, there are now 17. And instead of 40 members, there's over 10,000. Well, here's the thing. The little secret society that is the Motion Picture Art Sciences, once you're in, you're in. You're just in forever, for life. And every year, the Academy invites new people into the fold, sometimes hundreds at a time. I want in. Can I get in? Well, if you do get in, it's a big honor. Because I guess it's not easy to become a member in the first place. First of all, you have to qualify. And in order to qualify, you have to work in the film industry. Hello, I am qualified. I mean, this isn't the film industry, but I am. You are watching me with your eyes, right? I qualify. Let me in. I'm just kidding. I'm not that desperate. But I will participate in some horizontal collaborations if needed. Anyway, so we have to work in the industry. You have to have 2 friends who are already members of the Academy. And then they have to be in the same branch of the Academy that you're trying to join. Then each separate branch has its own requirements. So for instance, if you're a director, you need to have directed at least 2 movies, and one of them has to be in the last 10 years. The shortcut to becoming a member is getting nominated for an Oscar, which automatically gets you into the club. Let's say, though, you're a writer and a director, and you wrote and directed a movie that gets nominated for an Oscar. Well, you gotta choose whether you want to sit at the writer's table or the director's table. You can't do both. You have to pick a side. You have to pick a category. Which one do you pick? It's so much pressure. Every spring, the Academy releases a list of people they're planning on inviting to their exclusive little club. But the identity of most of those 10,000 members is a secret because the Academy has never published a full list of their active members. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We don't know who they are, so when it comes to voting, it's always a bit of a mystery. But here's what we do know. There are 2 phases, nominations and voting. Members can only nominate things for awards in their branch and for Best Picture. So if you're Meryl Streep, you can suggest nominations for Best Actor, Best Actress, Supporting Actor, and Actress. You can't nominate any candidates for, like, Best Editing or Best Costumes. So you gotta fucking stay in your lane, you know? Then all these ballots are tallied by actual certified accountants, and there's a runoff. Here's the interesting thing, I guess. In order to determine that a film has widespread support, not just popular support, the Academy uses a system called preferential voting. That each film has a different, predetermined magic number that it needs to reach in order to get through the runoffs. So, what do you think is deciding this magic number? I don't know. And what was the magic number for Mary Pickford? Her husband? No? This whole system is just, it doesn't make any damn sense. Nobody knows what's going on, and I think they do that on purpose. So besides for a couple of big wigs at the Academy, no one really ever knows the number of votes a movie needs to get in order to be announced as a nominee. The nominees are announced. A few weeks later, the voting begins. All members of the Academy are technically allowed to vote in as many categories as they want. They're discouraged from voting in any categories where they, quote, lack expertise. Once all the ballots have been collected, they're tallied, and the popular vote determines the winner in all categories except for Best Picture. It comes back into play for Best Picture, meaning that someone behind closed doors has decided what the magic number is for each contender. Now, the accountants doing all the tallying know these numbers, but there's only 2. These 2 people are responsible for keeping their lips zipped. I guess they memorize the names of the winners, and then they put their names into 2 sensitive envelopes and pack those boys in a briefcase. So
This is where their little
I'm so over them already.
gold thing. I mean, yeah, sure, they probably feel like it helps them, but it lets me know where the hell you are. Like, you don't know where I am, but I know where you are.
A man so shameless about getting the Oscar, he would literally do anything, including ruining the careers and lives of hundreds of people over the last several decades. I'm talking about that shithead, toad-looking Harvey Weinstein. Looks like a fucking toad. Fuck that guy. Now, I just want to be clear and say this up front. Harvey Weinstein was a sexual predator and just all-around piece of shit. But he also changed the face of For Your Consideration in Hollywood forever. Yeah, here we go with that shit. For a long time, Harvey Weinstein was a super popular movie producer known as the Oscar It Man. A report found that he was thanked or mentioned in 34 Oscar acceptance speeches, the same amount of times as God. Yeah, I think that'll probably do something to someone's ego, right? So one of these major things he did in his career was create an entertainment company called Miramax. I know, it reminds me of like a laxative, right? Miramax, right? Isn't that a laxative? Anyways, it was very successful and put out hits like Pulp Fiction and Shakespeare in Love. Now, Shakespeare in Love is what put Harvey on the map. It won Movie of the Year that year at the Oscars, and it went on to launch the career of an actress by the name of Gwyneth Paltrow. Harvey then left Miramax to create a company with his brother called the Weinstein Company, and the hits just keep on coming. They put out dozens of movies and had major hits like Silver Linings Playbook. I didn't really like that. And Jacob, they were also in the TV game.
Thank you, what Aphrodite?
To this day, Harvey is one of the most nominated producers in the history of the Oscars. His films have like 341 nominations and 80 wins. He was the guy you wanted to work with because your movie was essentially guaranteed to be a hit. So everyone was wondering, like, what was his secret to having such a successful award show campaigns? Well, it turns out he was a massive bully. Yeah. Right, he was infamous for intimidating people into doing what he wanted. He'd scream at them and threaten to pull funding for projects, and he would even buy a film off someone he hated just so he could bury it in pictures.
Oh my gosh. So, Dreamlight Valley, DLV, is getting their next update, okay? The Lovely Monsters Star Pass has ended. Our next character that we're getting, Daisy Motherfucking Duck. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Oh, don't worry. He'll show up at your office all mixed up because he had an important stuff. Screaming, yelling, throwing his ugly toad weight around. Some of the people that worked with Harvey were also people who got to vote for the Academy Awards. So he would threaten former employees, saying that like he would get them fired from their current job and blacklisted if they didn't do what he told them to do. So he'd essentially scare people into voting for his movies. What if he were an influencer from the Academy that was out of town, nowhere near a movie theater? Harvey would find where you are. He would find where you are and
I know. I feel like it's the water one because I think that third shrine we went to, I think it was an air one. So I'm gonna land. There was only two. Oh, I know where a water one is. So hopefully this battle bus is in a way that it's far away from where I'm going.
Don't worry, Harvey showing up. He would set up screenings in retirement homes just to like make sure he could get the old members' votes too.
Alright, so we wait till the end. And that one will be a water one, and then I need to get rock as well, because we're going to do that thing. It says launch an appointment Launch an opponent with rock wall technique and heal in the water. Whew. That will hopefully be our 4th shrine.
He would buy up most of the ad space in magazines, so you'd see his advertisements for his movie over
And we'll get the swimming one done as well, because I know this is a water shrine.
He wasn't just some eager film producer. He was a bully, like I had mentioned earlier, and everyone knew he had a short temper. So if he felt things might not be going his way and he might not get the nomination, he would pull out the next trick in his bag, putting out a good old-fashioned smear campaign. The movie The Reader, starring Kate Winslet, was up against Slumdog Millionaire, a movie set in India. Accusations that the movie came out of left field, saying that movie, Slumdog Millionaire, mistreated its young Indian actors.
Okay, we got a couple people coming here.
Child labor. Some people were going around saying kids were being abused and exploited. Many thought it came from Harvey because, you know, it makes sense. He would do that.
Just take your water and go.
There was never any direct evidence. Just speculation. The next year, Harvey's movie, Lawrence Bastards, about soldiers in World War II under Hitler, going up against
Alright, healing in my water. And I also...
technicians who used bombs. Well, a whole bunch of real-life soldiers happened to come out of the woodwork and say
keep swimming until it
was actually
pops up the thing. It's like, because it's 1,000. You either travel in your air
right up to the explosive
cycle.
saving the day. According to the soldier, that doesn't happen. What the soldiers said in real life,
I mean, you want to go up against a person with water while they're in water, go the fuck ahead. But most likely, you about to lose.
they talk about this guy, but the point is, like, his tactics worked. His tactics worked. There's no rules against
I was not even worried about that person. They were the one that decided to come fire at me.
He's in jail because he's a rapist and a convicted sex offender.
Ah, it's waterbending as well. Okay, well, that
Hopefully,
doesn't help
Hollywood
us.
is moving away from the corruption and the legacy of Harvey. It's amazing what happens when people get caught. Damn. They love a scandal. Nowadays, getting one of these awards is a huge honor. Is it? Because it still seems like it's pretty shitty. It can launch your career, it can give you a platform, and it can turn you into a household name. Because in 2022,
Yeah, see, a lot of fucking
15
swimming.
million Americans tuned in to watch the Oscars. 15 million just in America. Yeah, they're doing just fine without my view.
Go back to
Then
swimming.
people started to ask the question, if we don't know who's doing the voting, are we really giving everyone a fair shot at that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Back in 2016, a report went public showing that all of its active members, 94% of the Academy members, were white and 77% were male. The Academy did promise to make changes to correct that imbalance, and since then there seem to be some big steps happening in the right direction when it comes to openness and diversity. Troy Kotsur, deaf actor, took home an Oscar in 2022. Chloe Zhao was the first woman of color to win Best Director in 2021. And let's not forget about Moonlight, which won Best Picture in 2017. I never saw it. But even that year, there was a ton of controversy. When it came time to award the Best Movie of the Year, the presenter said it was La La Land. La La Land had won. I remember watching this on YouTube. It was so juicy. I was like, I'll watch it. This happens every year. It was so funny. It wasn't funny. It was just like awkward, you know? But then the show had to correct itself and say, oops, whoopsie. It was Moonlight that won. Moonlight won. It was almost like the Academy showed its hand. So it seems to me like the Academy is being dragged, kicking and screaming against its will to be better. Because since the Academy...
Usually I wouldn't be so mad about having that much waterbending, because I love waterbending, but like, I need Earth, because I need to launch somebody with the rock wall, which is kind of blowing my mind. Definitely not something I even knew could be done.
1.6% of them have gone to Black Americans, 0.3% have gone to Asian Americans, and 0.1% have gone to Hispanic Americans. What about Native
My
Americans?
Flowberry.
There's only been one Native American who has been awarded an
an island that we're going to, so the water will take us there. But I need earthbending. I'm not trying to go against anybody until I have my earthbending so I can launch an opponent with the rock wall. That is what we need to do. See you, earthbending. I'm almost coming for you. Goodbye. Baby serious.
This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Chariot, Julia from 3 Arts, Kevin Brush, and Claire Turner from Maiden Network. Writers, Katie Burns, Allison Villalobos, Joey Scavuzo, and Bailey Chariot. Shot and edited by Tafaz Emeraldway. Researcher by
I'm so
History
confused.
Researcher team.
Motherfucker, you and the other ones? Wait.
And this is my goodbye.
This is... I am angered.
Okay, bye.
I have a banana. We're gonna risk it. And, actually, you know what? Look over here. I see it's all been pilfered.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you.
Yeah, it's way too fucking far. I'm just gonna have to hope that we come across earthbending. Son of a bitch.
Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS.
I can't even explain how pissed off I am at that. It didn't look like it wasn't open or anything, but there also was nothing in it. Like,
Shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Hi, how are you doing today? Wonderful days here. My name is Bailey Chariot.
you have no idea how much I wish that you had had rock, but you didn't, did you?
This is a chance to tell
Nope.
the story like it is and to share the history of stuff. I don't know,
Ooh,
maybe you
shit.
just don't think about it. Maybe you just don't know. Now, it's for anyone who's curious out there like myself. So all of you, I'm going to do is sit back and relax. Let's talk about the hot, juicy Welcome. We made it. And you know what's really annoying? I'm already annoyed. It's 2023 and I'm talking about
Motherfucker.
Sorry, what? Okay, you know what's annoying, you guys? I'm sure you can relate. When we talk to our parents and grandparents. What if that's all I said? The end. Anyways, is that when we talk to our parents and /or our grandparents, they always say the same thing. Back in my day, we had a house.
Yeah.
It worked. Lots of, back in their day, everything was peaches and cream. They had house, wife, husband, whatever, 2 cars, 3 kids, put their kids through college, and then retired. Now they're gardening. And you're like, what the hell? And they were able to do this with one salary, and one salary alone. And I mean, they're not lying. Good for you, Grandma. Like, I wish I got much There was a time when one job was enough to support not just one person, but a whole damn family. A time when a paycheck not only covered the cost of living, but there was some left over. Today, good luck with that. No? Anyways, it's just an idea that sounds so crazy, right? It's just so unattainable in today's world. And it's not just crazy, it seems impossible to do any of that with the job you have right now. Any job. You can't push it. Right? Thank you. Okay. Preaching to the choir. Praise God. So why don't we have it like our grandparents did? Why do people need like 3 jobs just to pay rent and just to get by, and in the end still struggling? Things are just truly out of whack. And how are you supposed to live? No time for hobbies, no time for much of anything. Most people are too busy drowning in our quote-unquote hustle culture to make time for just...
I'll go straight to the earth one.
Like I want to garden. I can't garden. So I'm thinking about that light bill was really expensive. What light did I leave on? And
This is
you know,
a
it's
water
just,
one.
oh my God. So, I had so many questions about how and why did we get to this
Fucking
point.
earth.
So I started
Better
digging
be.
over and over. I kept coming
Be in there.
back to one simple phrase many of us
We're gonna
know.
pop over to that.
Minimum wage.
Glide off.
So I started wondering if minimum wage was always a thing. To us today, it's just a given. But was it always like that?
Oh, you fucking took both of them? A-hole! A-hole, you took both of them? Why? Why did you take both of them, asshole? Drop one of them! Drop one of them! You bitch! Oh, this better be earth. Fucker, water! God damn it! Ah, you're not the person, it's this asshole! It's this asshole! No, bitch! No, bitch! You took both of the fucking... No, bitch! No! 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 Get your little bitch-ass motherfuckers come here. Alright, You took both of the fucking earth bendings. You did not need both of the fucking earth bendings! Yeah, yeah! Get back here, you bitch-ass motherfucker, you.
Two, I've always heard that, like, rings were shot there. I think it has something to do with dragons. I don't know, I never saw it, but that's what it's known for. Dragons.
And then you didn't even keep them? Oh, you asshole. And you don't have any either. Who the fuck has the earth bending? Where'd that asshole go? Oh, I'm fucking pissed now. I am not happy. Is that better fucking... Nope, that is just some fucking bullets. God damn it. God damn it. Where the fuck is the earth bending? The person took both of them. Oh, I'm so pissed right now. There better be earth bending sitting over on that fucking pile. There better be some fucking earth bending. I am not even... I'm not fucking playing. These better be some fucking earth bending here. You? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Got my fucking earth bending. Fucking asshole. But we got both our water and our earth, so yay. Let's go fucking over here. And use our earth bending to try to launch. Damn it, no, just go down, go down.
This was a crazy idea. A country where strikes don't exist because workers can actually, you know...
Did I launch him? Did I launch him? I think I did it, woohoo!
So this whole minimum wage movement started to get a lot of attention around this time. Every employee, American political activists and journalists traveled down to New Zealand to see what all the minimum wage fuss was about. And when he got there, he talked to people, did some journalistic investigating about how the workers were being treated, and he saw that New Zealand was honest. People were generally happy, so he took his findings back across the Atlantic to the United States.
I don't even care. I don't even care. I got the earth launchy thing with the water healing thing. don't even care. God damn. I'm so pissed that that person took both. He did not need to take birth. He did not need to take birth. Like, why?
Concept of minimum wage, but big American companies, they don't like me, and they are gonna stop at nothing to
I
avoid
left my
this
water on the
inequality.
fucking fridge. I pulled the water out, but we did not bring it over here. I can see it just sitting there. I'm gonna transfer it with a different one. Damn it. It's just been sitting up here. Yeah, fucking losing its chill. Just like me. Oh, man.
And the Industrial Revolution brought a lot of technology into the workplace. Machines were essentially replacing people, and these machines themselves weren't exactly safe. Factory jobs were more dangerous than ever before, and people were spending crazy
Let's
amounts of
see.
time around those machines.
Yes,
How
we're so
much
close to
time?
the space
I'm
sword.
glad you asked. The average American
Okay.
worker put in like 16 hours a day for 6 days a week.
Carry one of each, which is funny because I have done that before. So it's very, very
the
obtainable.
average hourly wage was literally 14 cents. That's my Sphinx. Very unhappy. Today, that's like getting paid $4.50 an hour. So, you can imagine.
So we need
that's
air
not
or
great.
water.
People
Well,
could not
really we need
afford
all
to
of them,
feed their
but
families.
air or
And when you
water.
think about the risk
Because air will
involved
do
for
this
a lot
one
of
and
these
this one.
jobs where people were
And we're
literally
close.
losing
Only
like
less
a
than
leg
300.
or an arm.
We're going to do
It was just a big
one
slap in the
more
face.
pew pew.
Understandably,
Because I just plan on doing pew
people
pew
were
and
at
Lego.
their boiling
And
point.
it's 10:15 right now.
Pissed
I have to
off at
leave
money
here
for,
at
especially
1:30.
railroad workers. Get it? Railroad.
That's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business.
Yes.
Take payments by smartphone, transform
I'm going
your
to text my
tablet into a
landlord,
point-of-sale
letting
system, or use
him
Shopify's
know
POS Go
that
mobile
they have
device for a
sent him the
battle-tested
email.
solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the
Deborah
self-awareness
got back
to
to
build a
me.
social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from
So
socializing,
I sent him
therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
Okay, quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. Obvious.
Feeling
But
good,
higher
feeling
expenses on
good.
materials,
So
employees,
they
distribution,
get
and borrowing,
Deborah, the
everything costs
manager
more.
at
So
the O
reduce
Terrace,
costs and headaches,
they
smart
got back
businesses
to
are
me
glad to
saying
be
they're gonna
NetSuite by
send
Oracle.
the
NetSuite is the #1 cloud
landlord
financial
reference
system,
right away.
bringing accounting,
So
financial management,
since I had gotten the
HR
email, I
into one
decided to go ahead and
platform with one
text
source
my
of truth.
landlord
With
so that he
NetSuite,
knows
you
to check
reduce
his
IT costs
email
because NetSuite lives
because
in the
that's the
cloud.
last thing
No
that I
hardware
need.
required. Access from anywhere. You cut the cost of
And
maintaining
I'm
multiple
assuming
systems,
if
which
everything
you
with
cut
that
with one
goes
business
the way it's
management
supposed to
suite.
go,
And you're
I get the
improving efficiency
apartment.
by bringing all your
So,
major business processes into one
like,
platform,
I'll be able to
slashing manual
officially
tasks and
say
errors.
that
Over
it's mine.
37,000 companies do all
The
many ways
lucky
for you.
8 ball
So do
is
the math.
mine.
See how you
I call it the Lucky 8 Ball because it's apartment number 8. Number 8, the Terrace of Ambers.
To our story. Railroad workers, if you don't really understand, because sometimes it sounds like, what do? But they essentially built this country. And they were some of the
This
people
might
who
be a
suffered
water
the
one.
most.
But that's okay too, because water,
So to understand minimum
we
wage,
can do...
we really have to start with them. During the 1890s, railroads...
I was thinking this was an air one, but I can't remember.
Railroads is going to be a little hard for me, but bear with me. During the 1890s, railroads were all the
Definitely
rage.
water.
I know we don't think much of the railroads anymore because cars, planes, Uber, whatever. But before railroads were created, people had to travel under harsh conditions for weeks or even months at a time by horse or by wagon. Yeah, Oregon Trail vibes. Now, with the railroads connecting the country, state to state, blah, 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 people could travel all over the country, and companies could sell more to other parts of the country as well. There was a lot that went into building America's railroad system, and the working conditions were horrible to say the least. If you were a railroad worker,
Oh, what up,
you'd
Captain
have to wake
Chronic?
up early.
How
I
you
know,
been?
rough. I'm just kidding. But like,
Oh, dude, everything, I mean, for one, life is great because I woke up today, breath in my lungs, beat in my heart, some kind of thought in my head. I'm alive. That means I have another gift of life, right? But today is actually... life is life and real nice right now because I just ooh, hey, it's 10:20, which is 4:20 somewhere, so before I finish this thought, cheers. Good morning to you, by the way. So, I think that one might be fire. Oh, I don't have the day off today. Rainbow's just at school. I actually, it's funny is, oh shit. I'll take that. And that fucking firebending. Yeah, baby. Yes, we have 2. Okay, so let's go get our earth, and then we just need to hope for some air, which, oh, I think that's the air one. Alright, let's try to get over to that. But anyways, as I was saying, so, usually Thursday would be a day off for me because Rainbow would be at her Allie mom and dad's, but the schedules are switched right now, because her dad has designated days off for the time being. So right now, okay, that's firebending. Right now, ooh, golden banana, come to mama. Okay, I got to... But anyway, so last Friday, because today's Thursday, it hasn't even been a week yet. Last Friday, I got a call from one of the 2 wait lists that I've been on. And I got the great news that I'm number 1 on the wait list. So Monday of this week, I went and I filled out an application. My very first time ever filling out an application for an apartment. I've lived in a duplex before, but we didn't have to apply for that. We just showed up, looked at it, said, yeah, we like it, and then we, you know, moved in type of thing. So I filled out my first ever application, and it's for a low-income housing. So my rent, if I get it, my rent will be 30% of my income that I get. So my income is just under 800. So you can think a third of 800, and you know that's actually more than what my rent will be. Damn, that was much farther than I anticipated it being. That is okay. Ah, zipline. Because if I'm correct and... Oh shit, it didn't eat my banana. There we go, baby. Ooh, I was like, why is my health still going down? I ate it. But you didn't. Oh yeah, I forgot that the golden banana, for that time being, actually gives you a little boosty too. Okay, come on, baby. Please. Yeah, it's different than the one I have. Why is it... Why? Yet again, we come across another one that just doesn't seem to be working, which is so fucking weird. Like, why? And it's not because it's in the storm, because I tried to go to one when I wasn't in the storm, and it did the same thing. But that's okay. I'll just start running the white line. Coming up some water, which will heal us a little bit. Aw, thank you. Me too. I hope that we get it. Like I said, it's just a matter of my manager, or not my manager, my landlord, filling out the... landlord reference. That's the only thing I need. She told me, like, everything looks great, like, we just gotta wait for that. So, I'm feeling pretty good, because I know that my landlord is, like, you know, told me good luck, and, like, he's hoping I get it, so, I feel pretty good that once, you know, all the logistics are taken care of, we'll be good to go. Ooh, baby, that is so good. This won't heal me, but it'll help us hop skadoodles better. Now, we need to find some water, so we can use our water bending to heal us. Oh shit! Oh shit. Shit. Okay, cool. So glad that he was like, I don't even want to mess with that water bending hoe. Oh, they had no idea how close I was to... Ooh, mussels. Yes. Yeah, I actually, I sent her his email address because that's what she needed, and she sent it to him, and since I had gotten, like, I checked my email and saw that was, like, that she was sending it, I messaged my landlord, like, hey, you should have, the email from the apartment manager in your email. So, all things lay out in the way they're supposed to. I'll be finding out either later today or tomorrow. Ooh, Ranger pistol. Okay, well, we know this fucker is supposed to have earth bending, so we will go see. Because if it's so funny, before the challenge of getting all of the bending scrolls, I had previously already carried all of them. But now a new challenge. Ooh, don't mind if I do these. Yeah, baby. Aw, shit. Someone's booty. Put a bounty on this booty. See? What the fuck? Why is it not? Ah! It's supposed to have earth bending and it doesn't. That is so lame. That's not lame. That's awesome. I just want, I need earth and air. Because that will get me that one. And also I need air to do this one. I can get the rest of this with my water, which, let's put my water on. Skip skly doo dah, we'll get that little bit. I'm assuming today is a day off for you though, Captain Chronic, since you're able to tune it. A llama! Tis a llama. Someone's capturing the island. I'm just hoping to find earth, or, yeah, earth and air. Earth, air, water, fire, heart. Captain Planet, he's our hero. Take Damn it! I didn't even get to see what was laying there, son of a beach. It's okay though. Man, I really hope I get this. I've been a basement tenant since February 2021. And, you know, having ceilings so low I can touch them, not having windows, perpetual dust, so many other things. I mean, there was a literal spider on my toothbrush this morning. So, very much looking. But I take that as a good sign. Spiders are actually, they represent sort of like moving forward, new doors opening, and things like that. So, I actually take the spider on my toothbrush as a good omen. It was kind of like, whoa. And I also did, like, I didn't scream or anything. I was just like, oh, hi, buddy. And put him over somewhere else. And then I rinsed my toothbrush and brushed my teeth. Now I see the message. Just been working a lot, but all is good. Glad to have the day off today. I just started my laundry, making coffee, then it's time for some festival. Nice, nice. I actually plan on playing a little bit of Pew Pew. And then I'm playing some Lego, because I love me. I love me some Lego. Lego. Like, I've been currently working on, I'm actually gonna be monk. I'm gonna be blue and go into it. Ah, ah. I have this world that's quite established. I got 5 villages, but I've been just doing a lot of making things pretty, and especially in my water world where everything's kind of over water, and oh, I fucking love it so much. But that's something else that I love is this, like, Fortnite originally was just Pew Pew. And then, there was a lot of creator made modes, and now we have these 4 main modes of Pew Pew, Battle Royale, Clickety Clacky, Lego, Vroom Vroom with the rocket racing, and then but it don't with the festival. It's like, pick your pleasure. I love all of the above. Like when I'm wanting a music break, I'll play the festival. Uh, and then racing is my favorite because I like putting music on and just driving. It's like probably one of my fucking favorite things. Oh man. Yeah, oh, and I still am in. Ooh, I need to move my face. We're still at fucking Water World. Bow, 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 bow. That's what I was hoping for, but oh, it looks like Captain Chronic took off. Tooketh off. Peace out. Kind of a little sad because I was kind of excited to show another human being my Water World. This is the community hall side of thing, and it has the cooking stuff, and it has an essence machine. And then over here is where we have all of our other tools, like the crafting bench and other little tools. Ooh, we do not have a fish processor here yet. We should build one of those. There's also a compost, which it says it takes organic matter and turns it into fertilizer or biomass. I'm not sure what the biomass is, but I just don't really feel like we need that. I have been making barns. That's but make a fish processor. We need 3 more planks, grab some bones. Oh, we got a shit ton of stuff to put away. Let's do that. Oh, my inventory is just like hella full. I'm like, whoa. Okay, let's see. Eggs. Put corn there. Damn, I keep pressing the wrong button. What's up, Gus? Alright, I'm grabbing some rods. Oh, we have that. That's hilarious. So we have no wooden rods here because one of our villages has hella wooden rods. How many do I need? 3? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh, I have wood on me. Let's just make 3 wood rods. 1, 2, 3. And because it's very much nighttime. Oh, that's so cool that it actually recognizes that it's a water world. It used to say dry desert. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That makes me so happy. It legitimately, when we first made it, it was like, oh, this is a dry. Whoa. What the fuck did they just kill? You know what? I'm just gonna back away. But it had always said, dry valley, not water. It didn't recognize water. So the fact that it recognizes it now, that's so fucking cool. I was trying to get it to pop up again. It wouldn't do it, but I'm still very happy we saw it. I saw it pop up. Huzzah! Huzzah! You need to eat a little something else. Meat. Nom 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 nom. Alright, now we're gonna sit in our little 420 area. We're gonna get Jada Rose cashed out to reload her. Oh, it's 10:41. We leave here at 1:30 to go get our mini. She only has today and tomorrow, so it's kind of nice. And then Saturday, I actually get to have a day with Rainbow. That is so stupendous. Like, yes, I'm excited. And then she'll get picked up at 10 on Sunday. And then I'll pick her up after school on Wednesday and do it all over again. And that will be our weeks for a little bit. Haha, bitch ass motherfucker. You may have gotten into the village. But you can't get to me. It looks like the sun is coming up anyways. Kottontale Village. Water! I love that it says water instead of dry valley. It makes me so happy because, that actually means that I don't have a village in the dry valley at all, because this one right here, it's close, but it's not in it. And then I wonder what that one would be I think this one's classified as beach. But I love that it's classified, like, it's on the water. Like, they recognize, like, oh wow, the cloud reflection on my flooring, that's beautiful. That's holy shit. But yeah, I love that it recognizes that this is a water world. Like, oh, I love it so much. Because it's daytime. I'm gonna come and sit by. This is our outdoor, I call it the Friends Couch 420 spot. You know, we got all the flowers behind us. I probably will put like some end tables and stuff like that, and maybe put like something over, like just like a little canopy area over here, where the couch is. But I really haven't seen. There's been one time where I saw that there was rain here, and literally I noticed it, and 30 seconds or less later it was done. So yeah. Should we put crumble on this? No. Actually, let's see what the coins say.
You know, like
The
there's
coin
not
said
many
yes.
homes and stuff. So while working on the railroad, the workers would have to set up
I have this nice little red and black container that I keep 4 coins in. And I just open it, and if it's, majority heads, it's a yes. Majority tails, it's a no. It's really awesome because there's a 2018, a 1986, and then I think the Canadian one is 1972. Let me double check. Yeah, the Canadian one is 1972. But I have my birthday year, my daughter's birthday year, and then the other one is a 69. I was like, it's either the 2021 or the 69 one, but pretty sure my 2021's over there. It will eventually go into here, but yeah, 1969. I love it. 1969, 1986, 2018, and a 1972 one. I love that I have one that's 60s, 70s, 80s, and then it just like flies forward and goes into the 2018 for my daughter. And I love it because this penny is a little rough looking, but it is very much like the other ones are intensely brassy and oxidized, and the 2018 one is still that shiny coppery penny color. I love it. I love it so much. And the backs, like the 2018 one has a different backing, and so of course the Canadian one, and a 1986 and 1969 one are the same, but you definitely can tell, like, that it's got the same imprinting, but the 1969 one, it like feels thicker. Coins intrigue me. Someone once asked me, they're like, oh, do you collect coins? I'm like, nonchalantly. Like, I have a bunch of coins, but I don't put them in anything. Like, I actually do have a bunch of the gold $1 coins. So I have a bunch of money that I don't spend. I'm hoping that Rainbow keeps at least one of the $2 bills that I gave her.
Exploitation and horrible stuff like this was not just happening within the railroad company itself, like the workers, but it was happening all over.
Cheers, motherfucker.
And then it finally all came to
Cheers
a
to
head.
everyone lurking, twerking, watching incognitely, or watching this later on as posted content. I appreciate you spending your most precious currency, your time with me. Excuse me.
Labor movement in history. So guess what, bitch? Sorry, I don't know what I'm gonna bitch. Bitch. The workers gathered together and talked about how they could get the attention of the people at the top. Not like just their managers or whatever. They need to get to the main dude. So they knew no one cared about their lives. Just had spent months watching their fellow workers pay these horrible deaths. They knew negotiating would get them nowhere, because at the end of the day, they'd be reminded that they were replaceable. So they got together and brainstormed, and they thought, hey, let's send a message by hurting the only thing the people in charge cared about, their money. So they put their tools down, they stepped onto the tracks they built with their very own hands, and blocked the trains from moving. Now they hoped this would get the attention of, like, the dude in charge, Vanderbilt, and all these other asshole, like, railroad owners. And they were right. It did get their attention. One, because striking was illegal at this time, so that caught their attention. And two, the big bosses didn't want any workers to think that they could get what they wanted by striking, which, of course, in their face like that dynamite in the cave because the people were about to create the Pullman strike. Now, the Pullman company specifically built railroad cars, okay? And these railroad cars, they were like works of art. They were high-end, luxury, first class, boozy-ass bitch, velvet sheets, seats. They just, that's what the Pullman train, whatever their name is, built. Great. Pullman was such a successful company that its president actually built a whole
Now that
ass
there's a
town
food
in Illinois
processor,
where the
they'll
factory
start
workers
doing stuff on there as well.
The town was called Pullman, Illinois. Now, it kind of gets a little creepy when you think about it because, this whole thing was meant to be a little utopia of sorts. Everything in the town was Pullman owned. The homes, the grocery store, the library, the park. Any money the workers made basically went right back to the company when they paid their rent or, bought their food. It's very Twilight Zone situation, But here's the thing. The workers could barely even afford to live in this fake little prison town because they were barely paid enough to put food on the table. Most likely a Pullman table. The average Pullman worker brought home 27 cents a day, which today is like getting $8 for the whole day of work. Needless to say, the workers were pissed, and they decided in 1893 to take matters into their own hands and strike. 250,000 people who were working at railroads across the country put their tools down, left their jobs in solidarity with Chicago to join in the Pullman strike. In total, 250,000 people across America participated in the strike, meaning that 250,000 people just stood up and walked out on their jobs. And times were really tough, so it was really bold and brave things to do. And they were essentially saying, yeah, we're not working for you, we're running our railroad cars until you give us what we want. And it's not like the workers were even asking for that much. It was honest, they were asking for the bare minimum. They wanted a standard wage, normal working hours, normal, and workplace protections. By 1894, the American Railway Union was supporting workers, which means they had their back. And this meant that Pullman was screwed. The strike shuts down pretty much every railroad company in the whole nation by blocking major railroads. They stopped freight trains, passenger trains, and even trains carrying the mail. So the whole economy really took a hit. And needless to say, this was a big headache, inconvenience, nuisance for the rich people and the government. So tensions escalated quickly. I love pissing off the rich. It's so fun. Yeah, it just makes me so happy. The government decided to bring in the big guns, literally. The governor of Illinois sent the National Guard, drop vibes. So they show up, they lift their guns, and they start opening fire
to upgrade
the crowd
other
strikers.
village, but
Yeah. Again, drama queen. Really? Did you have to go there? You couldn't talk about it first? So the workers decided to set things on fire in response. Good for you, sweetie. Things were just out of control. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The president sent in troops to end the strike, and then in the end, 70 people lost their lives, and $1 billion property damage was done to the railroad company. You know how it works. The people don't care about the 70 that lost their lives. They're like, $1 billion in property damage was done. That's more.
That's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse.
oh, there's the wood. And I knew I had wooden rods. Son of a bitch. I did not need to make those 3. I don't know why all of those were in there, because 30 is more than enough to add candelabras everywhere, so I don't know why these aren't here, but now they are. Yay.
sales system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory. Okay, quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. Obvious. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. So to reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one platform with one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud with no hardware required. Access from anywhere. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you've got one unified business management suite. And you're improving efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move. So do the math. See how you'll profit with NetSuite.
Backed by popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/stereo. netsuite.com/stereo.
Ooh,
Now let's get back
holy
to
shit.
the story.
That's
Four
satisfying as fuck.
things came out of the Pullman strike. First was that the union finally being taken seriously and listened. They got more legal protection, which was great news for workers all around the country because it meant that more of them would feel safe enough to join their legal unions or even start their own. It was a power to the people situation.
Because, like, I didn't measure any of this shit, you know what I mean? We just were laying down foundation, you know, making us a platform for something to be built on the water.
You guys have been working hard. Take Monday
So the
off.
fact that this was perfectly fitting one of these here, one of those there, making this exactly in the middle, that's just, like, really fucking satisfying.
I always wondered what that was about. It's because of the strike. They're like, hey, we don't want to give you more money. What if we give you a Monday off? One time a year. Right? And, every year, now they just sell mattresses and stuff, so I think it did great for us. I'm not sure. But look, it was just an attempt to restore the peace, you know? It's so funny, isn't it? It's like you could restore the peace by just, I don't know, giving us money to buy bread and shelter. Not a Monday off. Anyways, thirdly, and most importantly, was that the eyes of the country were now on workers. They were like, hey, if they can do it, maybe we can do it too, right? And inspiring other people to demand more. So people were going to pay attention to these strikes going forward. Now, you may remember in the
God
past
damn,
season,
that's sexy.
History Hey, we talked about the
Yeah.
tragedy of the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire, which is still considered one of the deadliest workplace disasters in American history. Another huge event that highlighted what was so wrong about factory workplace conditions. By highlighting the need for labor laws, this helped to set the stage for a strike that would finally put living wage into the national spotlight. So a year after the fire at the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, all this toxic workplace-ish finally comes to a head, like the big decided, you know what? Enough is enough. God damn it. The workers began to talk, and they made alliances outside of the factory. Now, most of the workers lived in tenements, which were essentially super cramped apartment buildings where there was no air circulation, usually no plumbing, little to no plumbing. People lived literally on top of one another, like in hammocks, bunks, and this was not great for a ton of reasons. But the upside, or trying to find something positive here, I can say, was that you knew everybody and everyone talked. There's a really close sense of community. Together, the Everett workers created a network and a rock-solid plan to strike. On January 11th, 1912, they staged a walkout. A walkout is when, like, everyone shows up to work, and then suddenly during the day, at, like, whatever time they all agree on beforehand, they stand up, turn off their machines, and they walk out. Feels good. Really giving it to the man in charge. So they walk all the way out of the factory without a single
Year
word
one.
to your supervisor or whoever's in charge. Ideally, a walkout includes as many of the workers as possible, so as to, like, send a message to the people in charge. And it does work. It was such big news in Lawrence community that it inspired workers at many other places to do the exact same thing, and I love it. Some of the workers were so mad by this point that they ended up slashing up, like, the machinery on their way out, so no one else could come in and do the job either. They had to buy all new machines and everything, because sometimes companies like to be shady and, like, bring in a non-union worker or bring in someone else who'll do the job. So they slashed up, they ruined the machine so no one else could do that. Boom, bitch. I love it. So some of the workers participated in the walkout where, you know, they just walked out, and then there's other people who were a little bit more angry and were getting a little bit more aggressive. Some of them grouped up and would overpower the security gates, throwing bricks at the factory windows, ruining the machinery, slicing up finished products like fabric so it could be sold for a profit. Just doing anything they could to hurt these factories the way they had been hurting the workers. It was chaos, but it's beautiful. It's art. By the end of the next day, more than 10,000 workers were out of work and striking. And, oh, mind you, on top of this, it's dead winter in Massachusetts. Yeah, Massachusetts. I'm renaming it. So, dead winter, I've never been there. I want to go really bad. But I hear it's not great in winter. Like, it snows and it's really cold. That's what I hear. So, mind you, not the best time to be outside for hours, marching around, chanting for better wages. But you know what? It didn't matter to the workers, because that's how much they wanted change, and they deserved it. It wasn't just men striking either. Women, I know, women got involved. Wow. I know, we left the house. I thought that's all we did, stay home, make sandwiches, but no, we can participate in these strikes too, and they did. So women got involved, they gave rallies, speeches, and marched, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna make a sign too. It's like, suck my titty. You know? And, like, this was a pivotal strike in American history, because by this point, the workers realized that they wouldn't be content with the bare minimum any longer. They didn't just want to survive. They wanted to live life. Live to work. No, work to live. Yeah, why am I using so? Work to live, not live to work. Isn't that what life is, bitch? Shit. Look, the people, they just wanted to be able to go to the store and buy milk, bread, and, you know, just the bare necessities. I so badly want to sing the song, but I'm not going to. And then on top of that, like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if I had some money left over for, like, a bouquet of flowers one day? A little treat. I mean, they're human beings, not machines. So, the workers started making signs and bedazzling those signs and getting creative with the signage, which I love. I love a craft. Some of the signs said, "We want bread and roses too." And at this point, people started calling it the Bread and Roses Strike. Cute! they weren't gonna back down. So you know what they did? They hired new people who were willing to break this strike to work for them and keep the company running. So these workers are sometimes called strike breakers, but I think a lot of people know them as scabs. Yeah, scabs. Who likes a scab? Nobody. So these scabs would cross the picket lines and do whatever else the company wanted them to. Sometimes this meant even picking fights with the strikers. I wonder how much they got paid for picking a fight. Nice fight, though. The corporations hoped that this would incite violence, which would ultimately discredit their cause and give the whole strike a bad look. And in this case, it actually worked. Now, mind you, this isn't something that was just happening in the olden times. It happens today too when people strike. Companies will bring in these scabs, as they're called, to either replace or take their jobs, and sometimes just create violence to kind of discredit the whole thing. Like, it's fucking wild. The police end up getting involved. I mean, tensions were running high, and pretty soon fights were breaking out everywhere. Just everywhere. A young woman ends up getting shot and killed, like, in the street. And then the next day, an 18-year-old striker was stabbed and freaking murdered. Families were scared for their children's lives, and a lot of them tried to actually send their children out of town by using the train. They're like, they put their kids on the train and be like, I'll come get you when this shit's over. Be good. This gave the strikers even more publicity, which the Lawrence police hated. The police began trying to stop mothers from putting their kids on these trains, and if they resisted, bitch, they would be beaten with clubs, like right in front of their kids. But guess what? The press also saw this, the mothers trying to put their kids on the trains, and they blew it up. They were putting pictures of these mothers being beaten by the cops on the front page of their newspapers, and you bet your ass this is going to get people's attention. What about the children? The story finally makes it to the desk of the American president at the time. His name was William Howard Taft. I don't know who he is either. Taft, what'd he do? Taft tells Congress to start investigating the strike on March 2nd, 1912. And what they end up discovering was horrifying. A third of the mill workers had died within a decade of taking their jobs because the work was so brutal. So if you didn't die from, like, pneumonia or tuberculosis from inhaling all those factory fumes, you were mostly, it was a pick your poison game. Do you want TB, pneumonia, or do you want to lose a leg or an arm in an accident with the machine? Which one do you want?
Gosh.
And we'll pay you $4
Time to be
for that.
alive.
You know, it's like, pick your poison. A 14-year-old that worked at one mill told the court about, like, an accident where a mill machine had torn her scalp completely off. Scalped. She lived. Can you imagine? Yeah. She lived. Praise God. She was hospitalized for many months afterwards, but her hair got stuck and just... so scary. On March
And that's why we
14th,
have
this is
the
9 weeks
protocols that
into
we
the
have
strike.
these
The strike
days where you have to
officially
put your hair
ends when
in
the mill owner agreed to
up and away if you're working that type of thing.
What are they getting?
It's, I'm so glad that she
15%
lives,
wage
but
increase,
damn,
and they
that's...
would be getting overtime, which
But
meals
that's,
that have worked
like,
hourly job.
from horror
No,
movies, I mean,
that's a win. And by the end of the month,
it's been portrayed that you can very much be scalped and
factory
live.
also got similar raises.
Pretty wild.
And other businesses started to give their workers the same benefits and raises. Now this sets a major precedent for what business could and could not get away with paying their workers. Because of the bread and roses strike, Massachusetts, it's just one of those words, passed the first laws in the United States guaranteeing minimum wage in 1912. That's so nice. Good for you, Massachusetts.
That's awesome.
You're killing witches and minimum wage. I really like that for you. Here it's cold over there. Anyway, so after this, guess what? Other states start copying. And we love that because they're seeing what's going down. They're like, I don't want that shit to happen to us, so let's just do it now. It's not perfect, right? Because the problem with the state-by-state laws was that They were almost like never enforced. And in states like Massachusetts, the only punishment for not paying your workers the minimum wage was bad publicity. The responsibility, once again, was all on the workers to bring the issue up and fight for fair living conditions. I know, it's just like, it's so silly to say, but it's so much work to get the bare minimum, right? It's progress, but it's hard to know exactly how many workers were actually benefiting from these laws. So it's safe to say it wasn't everyone. But, I mean, hey, we're getting some movement, some traction, and things are kind of looking up. The eyes of the American people were on these factory workers, and everyone just like wanted big business to do better. So all around, wages started to go up, conditions started improving, and I know it sounds too good to be true, because of course, lurking right in the corner somewhere is that damn bitch, the Great Depression. She's always there somewhere. She lingers. You miss me? It's me, GD. And guess what? When the Great Depression came rolling in, America came to a screeching halt. And not just for workers, it affected everybody. Well, except for the wealthy.
Yeah, because nothing affects the wealthy unless... I mean, money-wise, nothing affects them.
That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales with one source of truth. Every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. With customers inline and online, Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
Okay, quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. Obvious. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. So to reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one platform with one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud with no hardware required. Access from anywhere. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you got one unified business management suite. And you're improving efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move. So do the math. See how you'll profit with NetSuite.
Backed by popular demand, NetSuite has extended its
I like that a
one-of-a-kind
lot,
flexible
actually.
financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/stereo. netsuite.com/stereo.
They were like, yay, we're good. Now, I know what you're thinking. Awesome, I can't wait to hear about more death and more sadness and less money. Well, the Great Depression was actually the turning point in the minimum wage movement. I mean, everyone felt the effects of the Great Depression, not just the everyday worker. The Great Depression lasted a decade, and during that time, almost 13 million people were out of work. The people who were, quote-unquote, lucky enough to work had their paychecks cut almost in half. So they were barely making it, I mean, if at all. I hate to gloss over the Great Depression, but we should do a future episode on that. So I'm sorry I'm not going into more detail about that, you know? We're talking about minimum wage, so you get it. But kind of a good thing to come out of the Great Depression, which is kind of okay, Bailey, there was a better understanding that without a living wage, people just cannot survive. And America, it can't be America, it can't be number one if everyone's dead, right? So rule number one, America needs people. So finally, one man with power decided to do something about all that injustice happening. And no, it wasn't that Taft president, because he was making Laffy Taffy.
Yeah.
That man was President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Isn't Roosevelt where they had the aliens? Roosevelt. Conspiracy. Okay, so look, we've talked a little bit about FDR and his hypocritical ass during our Henrietta Lacks episode. So, you know, this man was no angel, but we always have to give credit where credit is due. And with FDR, he really did stand up for the working man. He once gave a speech where he said, quote, "No business which depends on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country." Right? I know. This was huge. Politicians did not take stands like this. I mean, the freaking Supreme Court was known for taking the side of businesses in a ton of major lawsuits. Rarely, if ever, was it in favor of the workers. So this meant a lot to have someone in power, I mean, the President of the United States, to stand up for the working class was just unbelievable. So FDR introduced a lot of progressive laws and programs called the New Deal, and many of those programs involved the government actually helping people, which was different, which was nice. FDR said, like, enough was enough. He signed into law for the first time ever in America a federal minimum wage. Federal. Great. What was it? 25 cents per hour. A whole quarter. I mean, a quarter was a lot, wasn't it? No, I don't think it was. It's a quarter.
Oh,
So
that's
now
fine.
that a nationwide
Yeah.
minimum wage
See, it's
is
funny as I had thought about adding 4, but I was like,
right?
no, we don't need 4.
It became
But
pretty
clearly,
clear right away that after
4 was
minimum
meant
wage
to
was
be
passed, that the way it worked
very, very nice.
it wasn't ideal.
Very nice.
First, employers started to pick and choose like what was considered a quote-unquote billable hour or an hour worked. So let's say someone works for 8 hours.
Yeah, that is
a boss
nice.
could say like, hey,
And it's as tall as a wall, so.
hours. And then that's what you would get paid. So that's kind of lousy, right? I'm thinking about like when I worked at the thrift store. I worked at the thrift store one time, and like it was one of those jobs that I didn't really want to work, so I would just hide like in the back corner in the clothing area and pretend to organize, but I would just be sitting there like going through all the different garments, and no one ever noticed.
Yeah, that looks nice.
But I would have made $0 for sure, because I was just hiding until I was off. I know.
Yeah, I don't plan on putting a roof on this portion.
But that's
I mean, I might, but
and the first minimum wage
just gonna
did not cover
let it guide me
surprisingly, it only
however it
applied to
wants.
women and children. That was because the country essentially recognized that women and children were being like exploited the most. And honestly, they didn't have the same abilities as men did to negotiate their contracts. Both because male bosses would bully the women a lot of the time, and people felt that, they couldn't expect ladies with their small brains to negotiate for themselves. So we gotta help them out. States said that they did this to protect their morals. I know, I don't really understand what that wage might sound like a great idea, it doesn't affect people equally. There are many problems with minimum wage, but I think the biggest problem is its title, because it's kind of a lie. Because the definition of minimum wage is, quote, the lowest wage permitted that employers can legally pay their employees, end quote. It has nothing to do with cost of living or inflation or any of the other things that makes people feel like they're drowning. And I think a lot of people assume that minimum wage is there to just help people survive. It protects us so we can survive. America is the only developed country in the world that does not raise their minimum wage regularly. Yeah, so I was actually curious about what the numbers were. I feel like with how much things are worth now, inflation is insane. We should be getting paid a lot more, right? According to one study, between 1997 and 2007, minimum wage was $5.15. By 2009, it jumped to a whopping $7.25.
Yep.
And guess what? After that, it never went up again. We're still at $7.25. For
Yep.
most of America, minimum wage is still at $7.25. Even though everything around us is going up and up and up, $7.25 is literally less than what a footlong sub at Subway costs. So, do you guys remember when footlongs were $5? $5 footlong. That makes sense if I'm making $7. The whole $5 footlong special was in its prime during 2009, also known as the last time they raised minimum wage. Do you guys know nowadays those footlongs cost $9.25? Yeah, I'm hungry.
Well,
Math. If minimum wage grew at the same rate as the footlong, I don't know, people will come for me for answers, but maybe we'd be able to pay our damn bills, or at least feed ourselves. But maybe it's better this way though, because I read that at Subway. I don't know, don't sue me or anything, Subway. I just heard that their food is filled with chemicals and starches and stuff, so maybe we don't want that. They're doing us a favor, actually. Too expensive. I don't need that shit. So, we should demand rebranding of the phrase minimum wage, because it's not the minimum of anything. When I was researching this,
I think I got my
who
sword
do I
up.
have to call?
And
Who's
I
in
did.
charge of this? Who's in
about.
charge of minimum wage? And, can I call them? Write them a letter? Most developed countries have these people called economic officials who check and are in charge of their minimum wage. So I'm at home trying to find the number for the person in charge, and I was, going to have my whole pitch. Hey, my name is Bailey Sarian. I talk about murder and stuff. Can you call me back? 555-2424. Thank you. But I looked. First of all, government funding for their websites, we need to put more into that, because it's going back to 1998. Government websites are always a hot mess. Let's not get started on that. But I did have to note that. But I went looking, and I realized that here in America, we do not have anyone in charge of minimum wage. It doesn't exist. No one is in charge of tracking minimum wage in this country. Do you understand? Do you see where maybe there's a problem here? So you're like, okay, well then who is in charge? Well, the people who are in charge of making sure we have a livable wage, the politicians. And we know what happens when politicians are in charge of minimum wage, because it's happening right now. They spend years and years and years arguing back and forth and doing nothing about it. I mean, the proof is in the number. The minimum wage has not been changed since 2009. In 2009, Miley Cyrus came out with that song, Party in the USA. She was lying. What party? There is no party. We can't afford a party.
There is
Miley.
no party.
That's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with
Because
customers
I'm not sure where I'm
and
going to put
online.
stairs or
Shopify helps you
anything.
drive store
I'm
traffic
just
with
going to put the
plug-and-play
wall
tools built
completely
for marketing
blank.
campaigns from TikTok to
And
Instagram and
we
beyond.
can put
Get hardware
windows
that
in.
fits your business. Take payments
A
by smartphone,
little.
transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and
Don't need to
still
put
give
windows,
yourself
so
the
that's
time
actually
to
good.
recharge.
That means that I can
Therapy
put
can give you
my
the
staircases
self-awareness
over
to
here.
build a social life that doesn't
Ooh, we should
drain
do
your
a
battery.
grand
And when you are feeling worn
staircase
out from
with
socializing,
two-fucker.
therapy can give you the
Ooh,
tools you
maybe
need
do like
to
one of those
take care
things where it's
yourself
like
and recharge. Because
the
a full
stairs are
battery
going this
is the
way.
key to a
Oh
full life.
yeah.
BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch
Ooh, it's
therapists
almost time to
anytime.
go.
Find your social sweet
Collect.
spot with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
Okay, quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. Obvious. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. So to reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one platform with one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud with no hardware required. Access from anywhere. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you got one unified business management suite. And you're improving efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies
There's an even
have
bigger
already
one.
made the move. So do the math.
Why did I not know that? Well, son of a bitch.
Backed by popular demand, NetSuite has extended
Definitely
its
gonna do the bigger one, not the
flexible
littler
financing
one.
program for a few more weeks.
I thought this was the biggest one. I was looking, I was like, this seems kind of small.
netsuite.com/stereo.
That was a really great song. It really did get just up. Now, most of you at home are like, really? Shut up. Minimum wage is higher than $7.25. And you're correct, Barbara. I love you. You're perfect. It goes state by state. So each state and industry can decide what their minimum wage is going to be. I mean, I know some companies that pay $15 for their minimum wage, but just because they pay you more, it doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but it also doesn't mean it's like a blanket thing across the board. It depends on where you're working and what state you're living in. And even then, it's not enough to live off of, you know? Oh my god, I already can imagine what the comment section is going to be like from all the boomers and stuff where like, if you just stop buying Starbucks every day, you can have a savings and buy a house. I understand, but that's not the problem here. I think people as human beings like just deserve to have a roof over their head, have somewhere to shower, somewhere to sleep, and somewhere to eat. I don't think that's unfair to, okay, let me get off my high horse, really. Vote for me for president. I'll raise minimum wage $100 an hour. And then I'll get shot. In 2019, a 48-year-old worker for Amazon, of course, our recent brand, reported for work at a warehouse in New York. Now, he had been working there for a little while as a warehouse stalker. Now, according to reports, that morning he hadn't been feeling too well. And I guess for the past week, he hadn't been feeling that well at all. Now, he reported to Amazon's healthcare team staff. Apparently they have someone on staff now, I don't know. And he was telling them, like, hey, I'm having a headache and chest pains. So the team took his blood pressure, told him he was fine, gave him a few bottles of water, and told him, just go back to work. You're fine. Unfortunately, the worker was not fine. He had a heart attack and passed out on the floor of the warehouse. There wasn't anyone else around, so he laid there for 20 minutes until security cameras noticed his lifeless body on the ground. A group of people rushed over and watched as CPR was performed on him, but he was unresponsive.
Damn.
They pronounced him dead right then and there. Instead of being able to take a minute to process the fact that their coworker just died, the warehouse staff was reportedly told to get back to work immediately.
Jeez.
Oh my god, can I tell you a story? I know, I have lots of stories today, but one time I was working at Sephora and I was doing this lady's makeup, and all of a sudden her eyes started to roll into the back of her head. Now, mind you, I'm doing her makeup, so I'm in her face. And I was like, oh my god, like, are you okay? Like, should I get you water? Are you okay? She, oh my god, projectile vomited on me. And again, I'm in her face doing makeup and all this vomit. And then she passed out. And I was like, it was a whole thing. And guess what? Afterwards, they were like, just get the vomit off your shirt and continue on. I was like, no, bitch. I smell like vomit. You're not paying me enough to walk around in someone else's vomit. And they were not paying me enough to walk around in someone else's vomit. I think that girl was okay. An ambulance came and everything was a whole thing. I hope you're good, girl. At least you went down in my memory, but anyways. So, these workers had to go back and work immediately. I mean, yeah, they could have quit. But look, at the end of the day, everyone has bills to pay. Some have families to take care of. Like, realistically, these companies know that they're trapped and they're not gonna just quit. Anyways, guess what? It ended up happening again. Many times, actually. Amazon is a big problem. In July of 2022, another Amazon employee died in a warehouse in the middle of Prime Day. Oh my god. Yeah, Prime Day, whenever. Oh, finally, the federal government was like, okay, one time, sure. 2 times, I don't know. So they ended up launching a federal investigation into what the hell was happening over at Amazon. And honestly, it's about goddamn time, you guys. This whole situation is still being looked into as we speak. What's there to look into? Just look at the footage. Okay, I see. Not great. We're done. You know? Why is it so difficult? But, you know, it's not just Amazon. Because we gotta talk about Starbucks. Starbucks has been in the news recently, right? Because employees at their stores are starting to demand better wages, and they want more say over their schedules, and they're using the power of unions to get it. Now, to do that, individual stores can vote on whether or not they want to join.
Ah!
And
Pressing wrong button. Pressing wrong
a
button.
lot of popularity. But executives, Starbucks, they don't like this. So Starbucks headquarters shut down the first location to unionize in Seattle. So they were successful. The employers were able to join a union, demand for better wages, and to be just a better work environment. They get that. They win. Yay! Guess what? Starbucks headquarters comes in, shuts down the store. They're like, oh, sorry about that. So, yeah, the company, Starbucks, said that they closed the store because of safety concerns. But workers say this excuse is pure, uncut bullshit. You know, the workers and everybody else, you at home, are probably saying, like, this is just the company hitting back at them for organizing and demanding a little bit more. My god, you guys, Starbucks, you guys are filthy rich. Get a grip, you bozos. Burn it down!
Ooh.
Employees are getting loud.
Fucking satisfying.
Is this
Oh,
retaliation?
I had no idea that was gonna fit. That's what I love about it is like just using my ness, my essence to just build things. It always just pans out. Like, and if it doesn't, I find a way. Like this lattice wall. It took a little finessing with the first 2 rows, but then now we got this sweet little pattern, where it's open, closed, and it is all the way. Some of the corners might get a little wonk, and I see that right here, it doesn't follow the pattern. It does from there up, but this bottom portion is not.
negotiating table.
Of course, now that I notice it,
And
or
then guess
fix
what?
it,
They're like, we're not going to meet your guys' demands. Guess what, bitch? The company's going to grind to a halt because everyone's going to strike, no one's showing up, and they're going to have bigger problems. Whether it's a union, striking, or just outright demanding better wages and treatment, I think the thing we realized is that crazy low wages and horrible working conditions are not a thing of the past. So what do we do now? You know? Number
Why
one.
not?
I know. Let me get on my soapbox.
Now it is.
We need a better definition of minimum wage. Here's one I just pulled out of my ass right now. Minimum wage is would be the minimum amount someone can be paid in order to cover cost of living.
Open, close. Yeah, it was just that one little one. Yeah, good job, past Amber. Only that little bit was. And let's be honest, probably to the naked eye, wouldn't have noticed, but now it's so beautiful. So this is my McMansion. That's my guest house, and a way that you can like it's connected, but that's my guest house. So like, if I have people coming to visit, like, if Jesse happens to come into this, he'll put a bed there. And it's not like he'll make like a room or anything, he'll just put down a bed, and maybe he can decorate the little corner. Ray has a whole ass house, because, like, he would have a key to this world. He could come to this world when I'm not into it. I plan on figuring out how to do that, and I plan on giving him a key. But yeah, this is going to be my house. We got our wishing well, which was the focal point. So when I was sort of like, after I got all of this down, I wanted to have a wishing well that was surrounded by the ocean water. So that's what this is, and that's the focal point of it. And then we also put this little swimming area that goes into, like, you're just swimming in the little area next to the village. Like, it pops out. Village crafting area. This is a 420 tent. 'Tis mine. They can't get in it. Only I can. And I didn't know that we could get up that easy. Like, that was sexy. So yeah. And my bed's currently here because I have not finished my house to put my bedroom in. So eventually when that happens, we'll take the bed out and probably put, maybe put a seating in there. Like, me and Ray could come in here, chill and toke, and not have to worry about any baddies or anything sucking getting to us.
I'm angry. Demand more, bitch.
Yeah, this is village number 4. No, number 3. This is village number 3. Number 4 is Arendelle over in the frosted area. Purple is 1, red is 2. This blue one is 3. 4 is that pink one, and then 5 is the blue log cabin, which is, it's kind of like a solidarity village. The only person that lives there other than me is a chef, Salty. He is a pirate chef. Because originally I wasn't going to have any villagers. I was just going to have a village with no villagers. But I decided, like, I was like, my very first villager that popped up was a motherfucking pirate chef. And he doesn't wear a shirt. He's got, actually, I don't know what kind of pants or shorts he's wearing. I'll have to look at that. But he's wearing an apron, and that's it. And he's got a fucking eye patch. He's dope. So, yeah. Like, he's fucking dope. Oh yeah, we got our garden that they can come and do what they need to, and we have this portion over here for if I want to do any gardening. You have this little sneaky night with the community daggers. Yeah, I love this. Especially, I've done a little bit of building and stuff, but as of recently, we've done a lot of building in this particular village, in this world, and it's been really nice.
You ever read, like, classic letters from the 1800s or classic books? I just finished The Crucible.
I think I'm gonna put a bunch of flowers on this side.
You start to notice that people really cared about
Maybe some
what
colorful
they
ones.
said.
Ooh, yeah. We should do
For example, I got a quote here for you. Let me tell you what this is
these
saying.
ones.
I don't know where it's from. Behold, your beauty is as radiant as the midsummer sun. Your eyes are like doves. Your body is a delectable odyssey. Stuff like that, you know? Today, we don't really have any words. We say stuff like, I'm dead, or DTF. It's just sad. We're very creative, aren't we? You know, the only people who can
We'll
say
put
they
one
are
in
dead,
between
like
them.
maybe dead people.
Ooh, actually.
Fire, savage,
Yeah,
slaps,
to make sure it's completely
slaps.
even, we'll put a
That
bunch.
slaps.
And then we'll
These
just
words used to mean something.
remove the
Take,
ones
for
in
instance,
between.
the word torture. I know it's in the left field, but shut up. Let's all agree to stop using torture to mean something that is just kind of annoying. Like, for example, the other day, to call myself out, I was like, oh my god, I went to the DMV today. It's torture. You and I both know what I mean by that, but back in the day, torture used to mean actual, like, torture. And when it comes to thinking of ways to hurt people, honestly, in the history, we humans have come up with some wild and honestly pretty creative ways to do it. So I was looking into the topic for today's episode. One specific torture device that caught my attention is something from medieval Europe called the Armchair of Inquiries. First of all, iconic name. I could not keep
It look like
much
it's lined
better
up.
than what my therapist calls the couch of
Just 'cause it's not.
confessions. Now, this was a wooden
You know what?
chair.
Those will be
but not
the
just
ones
any
that
wooden chair.
we... I'm a little disappointed because I was hoping to have them both on the ends, but
The seat, backrest, and
I
armrests
didn't have
were
it
all
for a reason.
covered with rows of sharp spikes. And we'll talk more later about how and why it was used, but, you know, like, man, who came up with that idea? I take some serious thought. It's just giving me real DIY vibes. Almost like someone went to Michael's for inspiration, was doing an arts and crafts project, loved the purple felt, glitter, and 27 steak knives to make this chair.
Okay, I see.
With
Well,
assistance
the
by
end caps will be
Anyway, this device sent me down a deep,
slightly different, but
shocking
you know
rabbit
what?
hole.
That's okay, because everything
Looking into
happens
all
for a reason.
sorts of fascinating methods.
I know that those are all perfectly lined up,
This
so
episode does
heck
not
yeah, now we just gotta
After we're
decide.
done here, you're going to be very happy to have not lived in medieval Europe, because it seems like
Yeah.
anyone could be accused of
Yeah,
anything.
just little cute
End up in
cute
something
motherfuckers
like
in between them.
Armchair of Inquiries. Now, if you're like me, you've already been to one of those torture museums before. I mean, of course, hello, standard. And they always have those insane steampunk-looking contraptions, and they'll have names like the
I want the leaves to be opposite of how I did.
Lucifer's nail file, the Iron Maiden. Like, even if you haven't been to a torture museum,
Yeah, there you
you
go.
might have heard
Wait,
of some of
no,
them
that's
because
exactly.
they're just that
There
iconic.
we go.
Like the Iron Maiden was a steel upright coffin completely lined with metal spikes. Not something you want to be slowly closed inside of. Well, guess what? The Iron Maiden and a whole bunch of other supposedly medieval torture devices aren't real. They weren't around at all in the Middle Ages. It wasn't until the late 1800s when circuses and carnivals started to become popular that con artists, showmen, started to charge people to come see these fake torture instruments. For shock value. It's the OG clickbait. And we're still doing it today because it's just as effective. People love to imagine their worst fears played out, I guess. In 2005, someone created a fake Wikipedia article for a torture device called
I love the purple
Spanish
with the green.
Tickler, which
Oh
kind
man,
of looked like a
that's
Wolverine
nice.
claw.
Very
It
nice.
turns out it was fake. Like, there's a lot of fake torture devices, and even in the torture museums, a lot of the ones they have for the visual or whatever, they're fake. They're not actually real. And I thought that was really interesting. And I want to share that.
Hello, Lion Brand.
The craziest thing about all of
Oh, thank you for the gift. Ah, yes. Animal treats. Thank you. How's your dad doing? Ah, yes, some copper and good ass for me. Thank you. I will be using those in future things. Let's see.
And people have been finding
Copper.
creative ways to hurt each other since the dawn of
Glass.
time, really. I mean, back then, without
Arrows.
social media, they had to figure out other ways to entertain themselves. And one of the best outlets, it seems, was torture. Party. So, before we talk about the devices
Party.
itself, torture has had some universal rules. And one of the most popular rules was that you could not, and they did not, torture their own people. Which was interesting that there were ground rules when it comes to torture. But I mean, that's cool. Everything else
What's up, Burger
was
Boss?
A-okay.
Beef
But
bitch is what I've been
torturing
calling
people
him.
had to be random. So throughout history,
Because I spent a lot of time at Village Number 1 because he has a tower. He's to put, like, I want him to be a part of that one, but for some reason,
back in the 3rd century, I guess he was eventually overthrown by the king of Persia. So Valerian was taken prisoner, and because he was a foreigner
fucking
and a
beef
non-Persian
bitch. Move
citizen,
your ass.
his captors, well, that gave them the green light to do whatever the hell they wanted with him. So the Persian king, I guess this is the rumor, this is what was said, okay, but he used Valerian as
Why we're here rule, but eventually I think I want to take
literally, he would like walk
some
all
of
over
these
him
to,
to mount his horse. Like he would step on his back. Or let's
our
say he's
beach
sitting in lounge
village.
with his feet up. Guess what? Val, get over here. Get on all fours.
But currently, we gonna be spending a lot of time
Val
here
tried
at the
to offer
fucking
the king a lump
sweet as
sum
fuck
in order to be
water world. I love it so
but
much.
unfortunately, the king
My
wasn't
fucking,
tempted.
like,
He liked the footstool.
it's so cool. I love how you could see the wishing well. I'm gonna have to try to not build anything right there, which honestly should be easy because I actually plan on not building a wall here. Like, this is just gonna be, you'll be able to see my house, and I'm thinking, like, this right here and this right here will be like a walkway. This will be a massive walkway, obviously. Like a hallway, big thick hallway, and then this little hallway that comes this way. So you will be able to see, just like we could see that through there, we're able to see our wishing well.
Imagine lava going down your throat, melting everything it touches, and then
I love it.
solidifying around your organs. That's what was happening to Val. But the king was not
So what
satisfied.
kind of...
He wanted to do
We'll do that last. I was just like, what kind of wood, or, you know, because I might do this, but I might choose one of the wood ones. But
stuffs it with like straw and
this
stuff,
way,
like sews it together. Guess what?
this is gonna be our like back little patio.
Slash now scarecrow in the main Persian temple.
Beautiful.
It was like a trophy or decor, but also making a statement. Like if you talk back to me, you're gonna end up just like that guy over there with the scarecrow. Wait, oh yeah, bitch. Like this guy was morbid. Treating a foreign leader like
I haven't decided yet if I'm going to put a gate here and connect it there. I might. If I do so, I'm still going to leave this here. Because I want it to be blocked off. God damn, that looks sexy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that looks so fucking sexy. Sexy, sexy. Especially because I am thinking about maybe possibly, we're definitely going to put this all around, but I might add some extra accents. Or like bring that one, this little tiny, you can walk over it sort of gate almost. We'll do that. I mean, you can't walk over it, which is nice. We designed it that way. But bring it all the way over till right here. And then maybe continue it, but we'll also have a little fence up type thing that will lead over this way. There's going to be some stairs. We're going to put a door there. That's actually what we should do right now, is put this door in.
Like Judaism or Islam. Now, Catholicism was still the law of the land, but the rise of these other religions scared the absolute crap out of the Roman Catholic Church. And most of all, Daddy Pope. He was worried. These people are going to hell.
Pete Rose logged more hits in baseball history than anyone else. No one has come close to breaking his record. But he was also at the center of one of the game's biggest scandals. A scandal that changed baseball forever. In the new book, Charlie Hustle, New York
Oh,
as
yeah.
gruesome as we've never seen it before. By Charlie Hustle, available wherever books
Oh,
are sold.
fuck yeah.
ZocDoc.com/darkhistory and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. Many are available within 24 hours. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. So in 1252, the Pope decides to greenlight the use of torture for heretics. Now, a heretic, that's, to put it easily, that's like anyone who went against the Pope or the beliefs of the church itself. If that sounds really vague, it's because, yeah, like most of it was vague. Most people associate heresy with being caught practicing witchcraft or like doing something demonic with your butt. But it could also apply to really anything. So as you can imagine, things get a little loosey-goosey, and pretty soon anyone can be accused of being a heretic and punished as one. The Pope essentially said, you're either with us or we don't know you. You're against us, you're an enemy, and that must be handled. And yeah, that scared a lot of people.
Fuck
So
yeah.
by the 1400s, the Pope,
Fuck,
the Vatican are getting very
I'm so
worried
excited
by
to
all
show
these
Ray this.
conversations.
Because he
and, like, all
appreciates,
this free thought. We don't like that. They're thinking
my
we don't like that.
creativity.
So together with the King
Especially when it
Spain,
ooh, you
the
know,
church creates a group called
don't get all extensive with it right now. You're just
Spanish
put a little fucking
First of all,
gate up.
you haven't
Oh,
seen
it's
their
so
outfits.
sexy though.
Give them a little Google. I told them Googling their little outfits right now. Because I forgot to look it up before I fell asleep. Oh, fancy. I love red. I love red. They're in all red if you're not Googling. They're in all red from head to toe. Green for those of us who start our period. You don't have to worry about anything, you know what I'm saying? Red from head to toe. Since a bunch of the high-ranking Inquisition officials were cardinals, the Inquisition became synonymous with these floor-length red robes. It's very dramatic. I love red. The main goal of the Inquisition was to, quote-unquote, identify heretics, or in other words, anyone who was straying off the good path of Roman Catholicism. Okay, so here's what they did. They had eyes everywhere, okay? Snitches running around town. And usually it was men who were like spies in town, kinda, you know? And they'd go to the guys in charge and be like, hey, I saw my neighbor so-and-so talking to the devil. And then the Inquisition would be like, oh shit, you know? So that's how they kept their eyes open. Snitches, rats, losers. Now the Inquisition was actually pretty modern in the sense that they had some ground rules when it came to torture, or as they like to call it, torment. The Spanish Inquisition rulebook said that torment could only happen for 15 minutes max. So humane.
That's sexy.
Way to go, you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, 15
Oh,
minutes
yeah.
doesn't sound that long.
Why
Like, have you
not?
ever tried to hold a plank for a minute? I did that one time. It was too much. So 15 minutes? I'm busy. I can't do that. So, as you can imagine, it was 15 minutes. You get it. The Inquisition had 3 forms of torture that were the most common. The first one was called the strappado, which to me sounds like a strap-on. I'm like, you want me to bend over, Mr. Pope? But no, that's not what it was. Your hands would be tied behind your back, and then a rope would hoist you up from the wrist. After a minute, you might be okay, but after 10, your shoulders were definitely dislocated. Number 2 was called the toca, which sounds like a perfume I got from anthropology, but it actually means waterboarding. Specifically, the Inquisition would funnel water into the prisoner's throat until they were nearly unconscious. It felt like they were drowning, but they weren't. It was just fun and games. The third most popular torture method used during this time was the porto, or the rack. This was a big wooden table or frame with shackles on either end for your wrist and your ankles. Those shackles would then be pulled, essentially stretching your body out like an X shape, you know, it's kind of kinky, like that, like your wrist and then your feet, and then it would just stretch, bitch. Yep, you're stretching. Sounds fun, right? Sounds hot and kinky. No, it's not. This would actually cause your joints to dislocate, and then your bones would break. Rough. Now, another rule of the Spanish Inquisition, they were repercussions, depending on the crime you were accused of. Maybe you were caught with counterfeit money, 2 rounds of torment, or maybe something more serious like sodomy. Now that could get you 8 rounds of torment. Do the math. 15 minutes times 8. I don't know. Let me know in the comment section, because that's a long time, sounds like.
I
Now,
don't math
because of
either,
these
so I
practices,
totally get.
the Spanish Inquisition is credited with really putting torture on the map. They were the trendsetters. Maybe not in a good way, but a way. So, in the year 1542, Rome was feeling very inspired. They're like, oh my god, Spain is having so much fun over there. We should do that too. So the church kicked off the Roman Inquisition, and they were like, we love the torture, but we need to have our own, like, version. And Rome, they popped off. They were like, torture, fun. It's up at a notch. They didn't have strict rules. So, for example, they were allowed people to be tortured for up to 30 minutes at a time. And at this time, actually, like, it wasn't just limited to the Inquisitions. In fact, civil courts all around Europe were using the Inquisition's methods, but with no time restrictions and no rules. In other words, everybody, you get to torture, everybody gets to torture. And it's just really cool to look at from afar, you know? I mean, they started using all kinds of props, horses, wheels, rats, you name it. They were getting creative with it and figuring out a way to use it for torture. Fun! Now, the Romans didn't invent the wheel, but they did use it to kill one guy. And while no one deserves to be killed this violently, he kind of had it coming for him. This is definitely a little pin note for myself, also, that I want to do a murder mystery and makeup on this guy, because here's this guy, Peter Mears. He was a German serial killer, and it's said that he had killed over 500 people, including 24 fetuses, which he cut on pregnant women.
Jesus Christ, that's horrible.
So if you're gonna torture anybody, it's gonna be this guy, right? So at least, you know, so allegedly, Peter
I like how seamlessly that swoops the doopsied on it.
He participated in some cannibalism. Now, when this guy was caught, this led the church and, like, the whole Inquisition to believe that this man, Peter, he was a powerful, dark magician. And you bet they wanted to hunt this man down and torture his ass. Peter was a very sneaky man, and it would take years before he was recognized in a Roman bathhouse and was captured and caught and brought in for the Romans to have some fun with. So the year's 1581. Romans had gotten a hold of this Peter guy, and they did not hold back. I'm all smiling, like, haha. Because, again, if you're gonna torture anyone, this guy, sure, we can all get behind this guy. So here's what they did. They ended up torturing him for, like, over the course of 3 days. On the first day, the Romans tore strips of Peter's flesh from his body, and then poured hot oil right on into those open wounds. Ouch. Talk about 0 to 60 real quick. On the second day of torture, the Romans did to Pete hot oil on his feet. So after they peel his skin and do the whole hot oil thing, they then dragged his oiled feet over hot coals. Now, essentially, this was roasting him alive, which had me thinking, like, oh, I bet that's where, like, the expression roast comes from. Like a Comedy Central does it. Maybe. Now, it might seem like I'm making light of the situation, but I want to remind everyone at home that when Peter was arrested, the authorities discovered body parts of multiple fetuses in his suitcase. I'm honestly surprised a human can survive all of this and live to see another day. But Peter did. On the third day of imprisonment, the Roman... Okay. So on the third day of his imprisonment, the Romans dragged Peter outside, where they broke him on a wheel. Now, this thing is called the wheel. This was another torturous device. And this was an excruciating, torturous means of killing someone. Breaking someone on the wheel was the phrase for when a big-ass wagon wheel was slammed down onto somebody repeatedly in...
"'Tis noon. 'Tis time to take my medicine. In our bubble, 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 bubble."
little
Damn,
extra
that's
flair.
satisfying.
The whole wheel, body and all, was hung from a pole, kind of like a crucifixion. And after all this was said and done, the prisoner would be left dangling on the wheel to slowly die a painful death, which at times could often take days. Talk about slow and painful. Jeez. But for Peter, they really showed up. They went above and beyond for this man, and they decided to dismember his body before cutting it into tiny pieces. Now, I will say, it is a little refreshing to hear a story about someone getting tortured who, honestly, I'm sorry, Lord, kinda deserved it. Because back then, thanks to the Inquisition and the church, tons of people were getting horribly mistreated for no damn good reason. Especially women, as always, like we learned in our witches episode. Yeah, so that's a problem. Like, I had a funny feeling deep down that there were probably some creative medieval torture devices for women specifically, and once again, I was right. What can I say? Just, like, no lie. I don't know. Just like something told me. Now let's get back to today's story. There was something called a breast ripper.
Ow.
Which, maybe you're like, what is that? And you're guessing it right now. Well, guess what? It was ripping titties off with hot irons. It looks like a claw, almost. And then it goes around the boob and just like salad tongs.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
the claws, and it just goes around the boob and clamps just the whole titty. And once they had like a firm grasp, it would be ripped away from the body. This is probably where the word snatched comes from. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
It's
My
not in the
boobs hurt
name,
right now.
but that to me is a real, that's a snatch. You want to talk about snatched? Okay. And this tool would be used on women who were accused of cheating on their husbands, or maybe performing an abortion on themselves. There was also something called the cucking stool, which was reserved for disorderly women. Oh dear, here we go. I mean, define disorderly woman. Exactly. No one knows. Whatever that means. It was like up to whoever was in charge that day.
Oh,
it
that's
was
fucking
basically
sexy.
a teeter-totter, and on one side it
Future
had
Amber
a chair,
might
like
continue
a
that
normal
all
ass
the way
looking
around.
chair, and then on the other side a
'Cause
pulley system that could like lift
that's
it up
really fucking sexy.
into the air, right? Now
It
the
would just
chair
make it very
kind of
elegant.
reminds me
But
of
I do kind of like this little red line
in
too.
a way, because the chair's bottom where your butt went.
Yeah, I do kind of really like that.
completely
But
cut out.
I like how
Your
that
ass
looks
went
with
through
there.
the chair,
That's
and then you
fucking
tied the woman to
so
the chair,
satisfying
like,
how
hoist her into the
it
air,
comes
so
in.
everyone in town
If I
could
wanted
take
to
turns
put
shouting and throwing stuff
fencing
at
around
women
this, I
who were
could.
just hanging out
But
there
I'm not
terrified with
going
their
to.
ass out. Yeah, I don't know. Like their ass, I don't know.
That's
But
fucking
honestly,
satisfying.
I would take that one over the other ones, right? I'll sit in that chair, just yell and throw stuff at me. I'll shit on you. Watch me. Yeah. Anyway, so these devices against women were not even the most interesting ones I found. I also found a device that was used on witches. Yeah. Or just women in general. It's been called one of the most misogynistic torture devices for women ever made. Congratulations. Most of the time, it was actually husbands that would request their wives to be subjected to this type of torture. Oh yeah. Dirty-ass husband would be like, tired of her ass. Which, it was used on the unruly lower-class women in order to be put in line and taught a lesson. I'm talking about a device called the Scold's Bridle. Now, let me tell you about this shit. One of the earliest uses of the Scold's Bridle was in 1567.
Scold's Bridle? That
Scottish
sounds.
woman named Bessie.
Doesn't that sound good?
Now,
Sounds really
Bessie
fucking bad,
did
actually.
one of the worst things you could possibly do during this time. I know. Wait for it. She called out a man for lying.
Oh my god, she must be a witch.
Bessie, get it fucking together, Bessie. How dare you, Bessie? It was a big deal. How? So, every day I wake up, I say, praise God, I was not born back then. Because what the fuck? Like, it must have sucked. Oh my God, right? Am I right? High five. Great. So I guess Bessie was buying something from a man in town. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing, but I am. Because Bessie was buying something from a man in town. And she accused him of ripping her off in front of the townspeople. So, the man demanded Bessie eat put in the scold's bridle. How dare she disrespect him? Fuck her, though, you know? It was called the scold's bridle because in medieval time, a scold was essentially a woman from the lower class who, like, didn't hold back when it came to speaking out and giving her opinions. And a bridle is that thing that goes, like, in a horse's mouth. So the person who's riding the horse can stop him from galloping away by pulling the Horse Lessons 101 with me, Bailey Sarian. So the bridle goes in the mouth and there's reins and stuff, right? Or like whatever. And you're sitting on the horse. And like, if the horse is galloping, you want him to slow down or stop and generally pull back.
Damn, that's satisfying. I didn't think it was gonna light up. That's why I was using a littler one. But the fact that that did line up just like super sexy like that.
There were definitely like a few
God
different
damn.
forms of it throughout the years. But the one Bessie had to endure was a mask made of a really heavy metal iron. Now it had a metal strap on the top and the sides so it would fit tightly onto a woman's head. It'd be really hard to take off. Like you couldn't take it off, to be honest. On top of the mask, there were these spiky metal twisted animal horns. There were cutouts around the eyes, nose, and also mouth. And if you take a look at the picture, it looks like a scary, haunting metal, like, demon mask from a Saw movie. Like, let's say Saw. Fucked me up when I was a kid. Once the mask was placed on top of the woman's head, she would have to open her mouth to insert a metal gag.
Oh, hello,
This
little
gag
piggies.
was a flat piece of metal with a large spike on it, pointing down towards the tongue. That way if she talked, you see what would happen if she tried to talk? She'd be stabbing her tongue, her mouth.
I'll probably put like a baby gate right here.
Most of all, humiliating.
Or maybe I'll even put it like right here. Just bring that up super high, make it to where they can't.
Husbands would tie a leash to their wives.
But maybe not. I'll wait and see. Because I don't think my villagers will come out here to come to this gate. I think it's far enough away. Because I really haven't seen any villagers come out this gate and come over here. So they don't want to come to the island.
So they're like, please feel free to spit, assault, I don't know, just do shit.
Oh, we got some piggies. Hello, little piggies.
While the husband is dragging poor Bessie around. So that's fun, huh? Thoughts, reflections?
Oh man, Piggy died.
Can't parade me around town that on Jones. The next story was,
We'll get a little pair of
it's real
piggies.
disturbing. There's a quote that says, anything a fiction author can come up with, history has already done it worse at least once. Ain't that the truth? So guess what? We're now in Hungary, 1514, during something called the Peasant War. The Peasant War was an uprising against their government. The government at the time kept taking away the peasants' food, clothes, and freedoms in general. So over 100,000 Hungarian peasants united together to
I also like that it blocks off these doors, because those aren't, I wanted to use it as a window, even though it technically is a door, because it has a middle portion, but
Georgie, was captured by the government and sentenced to death by torture, and they were going to use Georgie's death to send a message to the local peasants. With a crowd of royals and captured peasant prisoners watching, oh, and also a live band playing happy music in the background, Georgie's torture began. First, guards stripped Georgie naked and tied up his feet. Then they teased him, calling him the peasant king. They brought in a few of his peasant soldiers and forced them to sit Georgie on an iron throne. This wasn't any old iron throne, oh nay nay. This was an iron chair that had a fire set underneath it, slowly heating up the chair like an oven. So, the longer Georgie sat on it, the more his skin and flesh melted onto the actual seat itself. Yeah, his balls melted right on that chair. Because that's
gross.
not enough, of course not. They then brought in a burning hot metal scepter. You know, like those fancy wand sticks that royals need for some reason? They always got one. So then they shoved this burning hot metal scepter into this poor Georgie had to sit on this slowly heating throne for over an hour while the crowd gathered and happily watched. Here's your crown, peasant king. Here's your throne. You don't like it? Aw, poor little baby.
Dude, I had exactly 3 corns. That's amazing.
Taunting him. Then, because again, not enough, the guards decided to take things up a notch. They brought
I need
out
2, one for each of the piggies.
imprisoned peasant soldiers, and they decided that they were going to murder him right in front of Georgie. As if seeing your own brother getting murdered right in front of you wasn't enough, they then cut up his body into little pieces. Then several guards heated up pliers in a nearby fire, and they started pulling flesh from all over Georgie's body. Guards then told 9 of the peasant soldiers to finish killing Georgie themselves. How? Through cannibalism, of course. Eat 'em. That's right. They told them to go over to Georgie, bite, swallow chunks of flesh where the hot iron had just burned his body. Or, if they didn't want to do this, let's say, well then they would be killed right on the spot. 4 of the 9 peasants refused to follow through with this, and were killed on the spot the same way Georgie's brother was. Murdered and cut up into a bunch of pieces. The other 5 peasants started chowing down for their life. After taking several bites and swallowing, they were taken out of their chains, freed from prison. You know, at what cost? Georgie died on the throne that day. His corpse was then ripped into pieces. They displayed different pieces of his body all over as a warning to the peasants. Don't even think about doing this or challenging us or speaking up or doing anything ever again. An interesting fact, that throne that Georgie died on, that could be the origin of what we know Dark History 65, and use code DARKHISTORY65 for 65% off plus free shipping. Again, a big thank you to HelloFresh.
I think it's because I didn't pet him first, but I don't know.
For our final torture device, we're going to cover one of the OGs of pain and suffering. No, I'm not talking about family dinners. I'm talking about the porno, aka the rack. And get your head out of the gutter, it has nothing to do with titties. Now, the rack was like the shit. Okay, now the rack was a movie star. It was timeless, simple, yet elegant. It should have won all the awards for how effective it was. And not only that,
I don't have any more. I gave you guys it, and I forgot to frickin' pet you first, so I messed up.
The trusty rack. I'm talking the Greeks, the Romans, the Russians, the French, the Brits. So, you're probably wondering, Billy, shut up. What did it look like?
Yay, he made me some fucking animal traits. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, exactly too. Alright,
Kind of like something you'd see in
pet
the
you.
Adam family dining room, right?
Alright.
Then another popular version looked like a long,
shoot.
wide wooden ladder.
Oh yeah, okay, it worked. Come on.
An incline. But it didn't matter which version you preferred for the rack, because at the end of the day, they both had something in common. On each end of the ladder or the table or whatever the fuck,
Okay,
they were
we got
two
Diva.
rotating
Now we gotta get ourselves
logs or
Blaze.
wheels.
Come here.
Yeah, rotation is happening. So, let's say a convicted criminal comes on down. Come on down. No, you're up next. They'd be taken into a room where the rack was located. Now, this would be typically in like a dungeon or a dark place. Next, the person would be forced onto the rack. The person's ankles would be tied to one of the rotating logs with either like a rope or a chain or something like that. And then the wrists
Blaze, yeah.
to the other log. You're kind of put in that stretch position. Kind of hot. And then it takes a dark twist, bitch. This put the person in a like horizontal position. Think Superman flying through the air. Great. I see.
Yeah.
The interrogators
Alright,
would get to
we have
work.
Diva.
They grill the prisoner
We have
with
Blaze.
all sorts of questions about what they were being accused of. If their answer was unacceptable, or they didn't like the answer that this guy was giving them,
Cool.
which often happened, they'd start to crank the wheels on either end of the rack.
Pooped in
Just
that person's
very
house.
slowly.
That's not cool.
You know, to make the prisoner really feel it.
But you know, they're constantly leaving their damn doors open.
Little prisoner
stretched
They deserve a little bit of poo if they're gonna constantly leave their door
should
open.
stretch. As you can imagine, this would cause excruciating pain, and the prisoner would be screaming, hollering, shouting, all of the good stuff. Which is why normally this would take place in like a dungeon or somewhere dark, because it was just so loud. They're so dramatic when they're getting stretched, but the most spine-chilling, or spine-ripping part of this whole thing is that as a human being is being stretched out like that,
There's a pig
there are
swimming.
blood-curdling
There's two
sounds
pigs swimming.
made by joints.
That's so
and
silly.
bones
There's so many
ripping.
pigs.
Yeah, makes
Hey, you
sense.
got out. Good job.
I don't know what that sounds like, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. I think I'm good. And this scene was so gruesome that just forcing prisoners to watch this happen to other people was enough to actually scare the crap out of them, and usually get a confession. But confessions weren't the only reason they used this platform of pain. They used it to pry information from people. They used it to send a message. Like earlier, the Valerian guy. They also used it to set a grim example and keep people in their place. And it's been used like that ever since it was invented. The origin story of the racket goes back thousands of years. Researchers aren't positive which civilization was the first to use it to turn people into Stretch Armstrong, but some texts say it first pops up in the Greek Empire around 300 BC. Apparently, famous Greek King Alexander the Great used the rack to torture some of his underlings who were planning to assassinate him. Well, in the year 1477, there was another version of the rack that came out, and the British called it the Duke of Exeter's Daughter because it was created by the Duke of, maybe you guessed it, Exeter. And guess he considered this device his daughter? I'm not sure. But while this rack was probably used quite consistently, it wasn't until about 150 years later when the Duke's grisly daughter made it into the spotlight. In 1605, there was a group of 13 English rebels who were really pissed off at the King of England. His name was like King James I. They were super pissed. The reason they were so pissed was because they felt the king was forcing his religion on the entire kingdom. And not only this, the rebels, who were Catholics, were tired of being persecuted and targeted for their beliefs. They said it was time for Catholicism to retake the English throne. So, they came up with a plan, or maybe a plot. On November 5th, King James was scheduled to give a speech at the House of Parliament in London. Now, Parliament was essentially the English version of Congress, and like this speech was a big deal. It was an event announcing the start of a new session of lawmaking. Since the rebels knew the king was going to be there on that day specifically, they decided that it was the perfect place to assassinate him, kill him, dead, forever, gone, mine. So they came up with an idea. Why don't we blow up the House of Parliament? Yeah, and like high-fiving, like, yeah, that's such a good idea. But what the rebels didn't know is that some bitch-ass tattletale sent an anonymous note to the king's men just before the event. This note told them about the plot, when, where, and how it was going to happen. Just all the details, honestly, that they needed to know in a convenient little package. Anyway, in the middle of the night on the morning of the big event, royal authorities searched the crypt underneath the House of Parliament. There, they found a man in a black coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and a very chic mustache, and wearing boots with the spurs. Boots with the spurs. The whole club was looking at her.
That's so silly.
That song actually goes with the story because low, 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 they were underneath the crypt. Anyway, so this mystery Zorro-looking guy, his name was Guy. Guy Fawkes. Yeah, great name. I love a name like this because this is a name I can get behind. Guy, you can't mess that one up. So Guy was one of the Catholic rebels I mentioned earlier, so the king's goons confronted him, and they placed him under arrest. And obviously, he's gonna blow up the place. Not only this, they see that he was guarding not one, not two, but 36 barrels of gunpowder, enough to rip apart the House of Parliament. He went above and beyond, for sure. This became known as the gunpowder plot. Now, it didn't work. I know, it could have been cool. I mean, not really.
our guy was caught, and he was about to pay for it. And it's not fair, because it was a lot of people's ideas. He was just like, oh, you know what? Like, was he willing to die if he was... It doesn't matter, I'm getting off track. Okay, look, so he gets caught. Guess what? Your turn, Guy. So that night, Guy is taken to the Tower of London. I went there one time. It's real cool. Because today, like, the Tower of London is the home of the crown jewels and, like, of the British monarchy. Like, millions of people visit it every year. It's so cool and historic. I hear it's a tourist trap that I totally fell for. But from the year 1100 to about 1952, it was actually a brutal, unforgiving place. Or prison. Sorry about that. Prison. I didn't know that. I was like, oh my god, jewels. Buildings. Culture. On November 6th, 1605, King James is, understandably, pissed off. So he sent an order over to the tower authorizing the use of torture on Guy. So he would give up the name of his
Who's our last stack? Okay.
The order said, quote, if he will not confess, the gentler tortures are to be the first used on him.
Actually, it kind of works out perfectly because we leave here in an hour to go get the rainbow.
So first, Guy was placed in a cell that was so small that no adult could stand comfortably, sit, or even lay down. There was no physical way for him to rest, which in itself sounds awful. Step 2, Guy was taken into a torture chamber underneath the tower. There, he endured something called the manacles. These were iron handcuffs placed tightly on Guy's wrist, which were then attached to a rope.
Ooh.
Guy was
Smooth
lifted
like
off the
butter.
floor for hours on end, destroying his hands, wrists, and even shoulders.
Ooh, yeah.
While hanging, he was interrogated, and at times, by the king himself. But Guy was no rat. He did not give anyone's name up. So, we move on to step 3. It's time for Guy to go on a little date with the Duke's daughter, aka put him on the rack. Guy was dragged into a chamber underneath one of the towers of his prison. There he was laid on the rack with ropes tied to his ankles and wrists. Slowly but surely, the interrogators asked Guy to give up some names. He kept refusing, so he kept getting stretched. Turning the dial. I don't know what a dial sounds like, but just imagine. And all that popping and ripping I mentioned earlier, damn, that was happening to Guy. And not just for a few hours. Guy would end up spending almost 3 entire days on the rack, going through just horrifying, excruciating, terrible pain. Eventually, he started to give names.
Ah, damn it.
King James couldn't have been any happier, because now, he's like, I know who to kill. Yippee skippy. But even though Guy gave the king everything that he wanted, Guy's torture was not over. I mean, not even close. After sitting in his jail cell for a couple more months, Guy was dragged out of the Tower of London on January 31st, 1606. He was then tied to a horse and dragged through the streets of London. God damn, you guys, like, calm down. Jeez. Dramatic much? Oh my god. When they arrived in the middle of the city, Guy was forced, because he's still alive after all this, Guy was forced to watch his co-conspirators get literally ripped apart. First they were hanged. He's like, yeah, you're gonna watch this shit. Look what you did, Guy. We're gonna watch it together. So, first, he's watching. First they were hanged, but while they were still alive, for some odd reason, they chopped off their dicks. Unknown. For fun, I guess. They burned the dick in front of them, like, ha ha ha. Again. I don't know. And then they would, have a little weenie roast. And then they would be sliced open, and, like, their guts and hearts would be removed. And that's when they would die. After that, their bodies were quartered, meaning that they were chopped into 4 pieces. So, I don't know how, but they were. Then their heads were cut off. Again, a little
Oof, dark history, gotta love it.
dramatics over there. Take a chill pill. Well, then again, they were really bored back then. They didn't have anything to do. So next, this guy's turn. Now you're up, bitch. So at this point, he's weak as hell because he's been enduring months of torture. But as he climbed the ladder, the rope was placed around his neck. He found just enough energy to really stick it to the man and jump. So the rope tightened quickly and snapped his neck, killing him instantly. Which, to you and I, were like, that's not great, but it's kind sliced open with his guts being ripped out. Like,
all the bad
beat them
things.
to it. Okay? Which, I think, anyways, Guy's body was then cut to 4 pieces and distributed to the 4 corners of the kingdom. Now, this was to send a message to anyone else who dared try to take down King James. And if that wasn't enough, it's never enough for these people. They even decided to add some home decor to the castle. They stuck prisoners' heads. They were already dead, right? They take the heads of the prisoners and put them on spikes.
Damn, that's sexy.
Yeah, little kebab. And then lined the bridge with them.
Yeah,
They did that.
buddy.
So you know those like Halloween decorations you do every year? Oh, some real shit. Yeah. Now this, again, would instill
Damn, and the fact that it
fear
lined
into
up
everyone who
so
saw this shit.
moistly right there. Yes, because it leaves this, you know, a little bit natural.
You don't see that every day. And there is something else we need to cover when it comes to the Tower
Let's
of
go pet our
London.
piggies.
I think it's so interesting that thousands of tourists visit that spot every day, stepping on the same stones that were once covered.
Okay, so we still can come out of it. That's still kind of cool.
And sure,
But
Duke's daughter was a brutal bitch.
if I wanted to, I could put a little
devices that was torture in the Tower
thing
of
right
London
there, which I might
wasn't
do.
actually a device at all.
I might.
Was rats, like actual rats. Now, there were several ways rats would be used as a form of torture, but they would all end the same way. Rats would end up eating all the human flesh. Now, these rodents were often used through the method known as the rat box. This is fun. I saw a pic. So first, you tie a prisoner on a flat surface. So, tie their arms and legs and all that jazz. Second, what you gotta do, what they would do,
you eat some egg,
is starve a bunch of rats. Okay? So, get some rats.
That's actually good, though, because
don't feed them. Yeah,
we
they're
want
hungry.
them to be
So then you're
happy.
gonna stick the starving rats in like a bucket
running
or
for
something.
some
You're gonna walk over to the prisoner, dump the rats onto the prisoner's stomach, and then like you hold down the bucket, or you just kind of let them run free or whatever. Because eventually, what they're gonna do, these rats, they're not gonna start eating you at first because they're polite. So usually they'd have to like take some kind of heat. Let's say like a torch. And they would kind of get it next to the rats, get the rats nice and toasty, either on the bucket, in the room. Just get the rats irritated, hot, going. And after a few minutes, the rats are obviously going to start freaking out, thinking that they're in danger under all this heat and whatnot. So then they're going to try to chew their way out, through the prisoner's stomach, of course. So, you see, you're alive, and then rats are put on you, and then the rats eat you. Like your stomach and stuff. If you Google the images, bitch, you won't be able to sleep for days. I swear to God, don't look it up unless you're sick like me. So there was another version of this.
Oh, it's 12:29. Good motherfucking afternoon from me to you. This is a nice little good meeting because for one, I am not used to like Thursday schedule. I'm usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday school day, not Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So it's a little different.
Sometimes the guards were just straight up tired and didn't even care to stick around for the torture. So they'd open the prison door.
I'm also just hoping that everything goes well.
Eating the flesh of the prisoners until they got their fill and scurry away. Maybe this is the reason so many people are afraid of rats. Maybe it's been seared into our DNA. Or maybe they just look like they want to eat us, and this is proof that they did at one point. Now,
we want to get this.
You can say a lot about people from medieval Europe, but you can't say that they were.
But right now it's just in the hands of
like the rat
my landlord. He's got to check his email, fill out the thing, send it back to her, and then...
And it's interesting that some of the oldest torture rules still apply.
If everything with that reference goes good, which basically I feel like what they're looking for is that it matches what I put, which is, February 2021 to present.
But there's something interesting about who we feel we have the right to torture. Torture means to us today. At the end of the day, it just...
I mean, she saw my receipt, so it's just a matter of him filling out the thing, sending it back to her giving it to the more ups, them double checking everything, and then I get a call saying like, hey, I'm so sorry, or, hey, you ready to move in? Like, you know? And I'll be like, bitch, yes. And I'm like, let me put a quarter in the cuss jar. Bitch, I'm so ready. Oh my gosh. I got chills because I'm kind of cold, but also I'm just very excited for the next leg of the journey of my life, you know?
I'd love to hear your reactions to today's story, so make sure to use the hashtag dark history so I can follow along. But I will say, side note, torture devices. This is a hotly debated topic. A lot of people don't want to claim that they're kings or queens or whoever.
And I got my medicine all in the one thing, both herbal and pharmaceutical. They're all in my little medicine tote, which for now, this is what I use, but if I ever eventually feel the need, I'll get one that has a lock. But I love this thing. This came with a bath bomb. It was a bath bomb maker, and this was the little thing that came with it. I definitely want to cover it in stickers at one point.
Okay, great. Join me over on my YouTube, where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, I don't know, maybe check out my murder mystery and makeup. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. You make good choices. Have a seat to my armchair.
Alright, now it's going to be continuing the number 74 from Hoovers to Hentai. Talk about porn.
Which allows them to focus more clearly on people and things. So this really gave them the ability to do close-ups for that certain shot.
Gotta have the up-close shots, of course.
That's what they're doing. They want to be able to zoom and focus on that. Yeah. And now the directors have the ability zooming in on people's privates. Naturally, viewers started to get more demanding about what they want in their porn videos. Like, I want to see that whole dick, not just a little nub of it. I want to see that whole veiny member, you know? So if the audience really loved the look of one guy's wiener, then, you know, he had a great future ahead of him. When all these beautiful people started to appear on the silver screen, people started wanting to look like them. And porn becomes aspirational. I mean, these porn stars, they were trendsetters. I mean, thanks to porn, you could probably get a Groupon for butthole bleaching. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna try that. I looked in the mirror, though, and I was like, God doesn't want me to see that. That's why it's in the back. Don't look. Okay, it's not pretty. Around the 1900s to the 1940s, something called the stag film takes off and really just dominates the porn space. Now, stag films were silent, black and white, and they were 12-minute long porno videos. I imagine that most of them didn't last that long, but that's okay. These videos featured hardcore intercourse and penetration. Now, if you wanted to watch one of the stag films,
Dude, this
step one,
bud is so fucking keefy. Like, I just know that the keef container is mwah.
bros would have to go to a top secret underground location to watch this porn. So think of the locations like speakeasies from the Prohibition era, but instead of booze, you would be going there for butts and boobs. The stag film got its name from the slang word stag, which means dudes only. Like in England, bachelor parties, I guess they're called stag parties. Let me know, those of you from England. Let me know. Stag parties, is that a thing? Okay. It's essentially just one big sausage fest. So these stag film audiences were completely made up of guys who watch these things together. Around this time is when hardcore porn first fists its way into the minds of American porn viewers. The first one came out in
Should be cool enough for me to
and it was called, quote,
sit in my actual 420 room. I just don't feel like doing decorating, because we do have a 420 room that's going to be in Ray's house.
And Urban Dictionary came up, which did not disappoint. A grass sandwich, according to the Urban Dictionary, is, quote, someone slices the hairs surrounding the anus and puts them between two slices of bread. End quote. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if are they using jam with that? listeners, let me know down below if you love a grass sandwich. Anyway, so these stab films were breaking all kinds of barriers. And just a few years
Cheers to
later,
everyone out there that's lurking,
1920,
twerking, watching
La
incognito,
Menage
watching this later on as
Red
posted content.
Madame Butterfly comes out. And this is actually the first known film to show
We'll be
bisexual
playing
and homosexual
the clickety
roles.
clackety, the Lego Fortnite for roughly 45-ish, 42-ish minutes.
This is still Comstock times, baby, which means going to these stag films was technically illegal. So bookstores are becoming more and more popular in the 1950s, and these stores installed viewing booths for people to privately watch porn. So while you and the family are just the latest Curious George book, someone is getting curious with his George. Just a couple feet away, right there in Ello. You see, in the back of these bookstores, behind some loose flattened curtains, you can privately, secretly watch some pornography. Technically, this was not illegal at the time, but if you pulled that polyester curtain closed, ain't nobody gonna know.
Of course, now I'm cold. Gotta go light our fire.
Became really popular. These were made from editing films together so they could repeatedly play on a projector without someone
Gotta love the
having to
desert.
pause the porn.
Scorching hot during the day, freezing cold at night.
Isn't that cool? These were kind of like the first gifts.
That's why it makes me glad there's only a little portion
Porn.
of this
Let the
world that is or this village in the world. Because this is the village, and like there's a little, like my bed is right there, so that little nub right there is on land, and then like this little nub right here is it. Everything else it's on water, and I fucking love it. Like, I love all of my villages, but I definitely have just an extra love for Waterworld. Because, like, I had originally found the spot that I was going to do, and it's actually, like, a little lookout tower for Waterworld, because originally I was going to do a village there, but then I went up and over a hill, just, you know, adventuring, and I was like, oh, snap, there's a whole ocean right here, and I saw there was, like, what looked like an island, and it did end up being an island, so we just built shack pieces all the way, you know, over to it, and then it evolved into what it is now. And I love that we have a little booby lookout, which are the two pieces of the original little makeshift bridge that got us to the little island. I love it.
Now, if you don't know, BDSM stands for bondage, discipline, sadism, and masochism. Many people think BDSM is more of a recent thing, but apparently it's been around since the 1880s. BDSM is essentially a more niche branch of porn with any of those four fetishes. Bondage, meaning you're into being tied up or tying people up. Discipline or domination. So, rewards and punishments. Sadism makes you get a little thrill by inflicting pain or humiliation onto someone else. That's you, Joe. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. And then masochism means you like it when the pain or humiliation is inflicted upon you. We have a strange relationship, me and Joan.
I'm definitely a masochist, but for pain. I do not like to be degraded. I will cry.
Cage, set you on fire, and then you. I'm just kidding, LOL. Consensual. All of it needs to be consensual. That's the most important part of BDSM, okay? No burning birds. The BDSM themes in 1950s photo shoot actually made that first ever bondage model. Hot, iconic, love that. She also worked with that same photographer on some risque little short films. Now these were black and white specialty films that catered to specific
might have to put a little gate over here, but I'll do just a little one.
And Irving and Betty, they weren't making the porn that everyone else was making. They were delivering that spicy
To help keep them out just a little bit. So instead of putting like a full ass gate like that,
specific scenarios like abduction, domination, slave training, and spanking.
we'll do
All
something
consensual.
similar.
Number one part that is most important, okay? Consensual.
To that gate.
Betty alternated between playing a helpless, submissive, and then also a stern dominatrix. A girl who can do both. Ha. Hugh Hefner, the founder of Playboy, called Betty, quote, a remarkable lady, an iconic figure in pop culture, influenced sexuality, tastes, and fashion, and had a tremendous impact on our society, end quote. Hugh Hefner, maybe you know him, maybe you love him, maybe you watched all that Playboy stuff. Remember that documentary? It was like exposed, and it was like, well, I can totally see him being a shithead. But Hugh Hefner published the very first Playboy in
Yeah, you
December
gonna eat all the
1953.
bones, huh?
Now,
Here.
Playboy attempted to brand itself as
Actually,
an
I wonder.
upscale magazine. Hefner
Okay,
himself
so they
described
don't.
it as, quote, a handbook for the urban male, end quote.
You can't
And to
put
his
them in
credit,
there,
he
but
achieved that. Alongside pics of nude women, each issue had articles and interviews about
do
news
2
and
stacks.
culture with famous artists, politicians, even Nobel Prize winning writers. So he's getting credibility here. And you know that book we all had to read in high school? Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury? I actually just read it recently. It still holds up. But that originally appeared as a series of short stories in Playboy in 1954. Now, all of that sounds great, right?
Blaze, you fucking wild.
Yeah, well, little do people know that Playboy's beginning, much like a lot of porn, started as a result of a man taking advantage of a woman's body. So even though Marilyn Monroe was featured on the cover of the iconic first issue of Playboy, well, she never actually posed for the magazine. Get this, she didn't even consent to being a part of it. And on top of that, Hefner never paid her a dime. Yeah, how the hell does that happen? Subscription. In 1949, Marilyn, she wasn't a big movie star. She was not yet. She was struggling to find acting work, and she could not pay her bills. So Marilyn agreed to pose nude for a pinup photographer. His name was Tom Kelly. Now for this work, Tom paid her $50 whole, which Marilyn used to make a car payment. Great. Now here's the thing. The photographer promised that people would not be able to tell it was, in fact, Marilyn posing nude. She even signed her name to the work as Mona Monroe. So why did she want all of these conditions to be met? Well, in her own words, she said, quote, I may have wanted to protect myself.
Exactly.
I was nervous.
I wanted to put Nugget by the pigs because he won't mind it,
I did
and put
not
Gus
want my
by the
name
doors
to
because
appear
he's a
on
dinosaur and he can
their
protect
bodies.
them.
End quote. 50 whole doll hairs. Ugh. Poor thing. Well, the photographer ended up selling these pictures of Marilyn for $900 to a company that was based in Chicago. And wouldn't you know it, Marilyn finally had her breakthrough the next year, and her career popped off. From 1950 to 1953, she booked some major roles in something like 17 movies. And Hugh Hefner, he sees that Marilyn is all of a sudden the talk of the town. He's probably seeing dollar signs, let's be real here. So he ends up buying the rights to those Marilyn photos for $500 and puts them in the first issue of Playboy. And the rest is history. The wild thing is that Marilyn never made more than that initial $50 for this. She even had to go buy a copy of the magazine to even see it herself. And here's another crazy part. Hugh Hefner and Marilyn Monroe actually never met in person. Yeah, never. She launched his business, and he couldn't at least take her to dinner, say thank you? No. first to expose the clitoris completely. I think we made a very serious contribution to the liberalization of laws and attitudes, end quote. And a lot of people were like, yeah, this guy has a point. And then in 1979, another magazine drops. This one's called Hustler, in all caps, like they're yelling at you. Hustler! And then they go where no porn has gone before. Their pages are filled with colorful photos that showed female genitals, sex acts, fetishes, and sex toys. Oh my god! Nothing was off limits for Hustler magazine. This ends up ushering in the golden age of porn. This is about the 60s and the 70s. This is when porn starts to become a cultural phenomenon. In 1960, stag films had evolved to what is known as X-rated movie theater, and about 20 of them had popped up all around America. But over the next 10 years, that number skyrocketed to more than 750, opening all across America. I really hope they were cleaning those seats. I should bring my black light in for that investigation. In 1970, we get the first full-length porn movie with a storyline, and that opened nationwide. It was called Mona, the Virgin Nymph. And some researchers point to this being the moment when porn becomes a little bit more mainstream. It's no longer something you have to do underground or like in bookstore booths with sticky floors. Porno from this era started to see theatrical releases. Like, you know, when theaters have those giant spotlights outside and a red carpet and photos. Yeah, they were getting that type of treatment. And these films have much higher production value than the stuff that had come before. And the higher the production value, the less seedy it felt. It doesn't feel gross. We didn't leave feeling like a sinner. But then an iconic high production porno that defined porn videos forever comes to the front lines. The year is 1972. A movie sent shockwaves all over America. There's a shockwaves here. Episode. Now let's get back to today's story. Pornography. Okay, so look. The year is 1972, and a movie sent shockwaves all over America. You've probably heard of it. Maybe you haven't, but it was called Deep Throat. Deep Throat. Side note, NARS, the makeup company, they make a blush. It's called Deep Throat. Love that blush. But I had a lot of fun recommending it to some more mature ladies when I worked at Sephora. And I'd be like, oh, this color. And they'd be like, what the? I'd put the blush on them, and they'd be like, oh, what? What color is that? And I'd be like, oh, it's Deep Throat. Like, it was always awkward, but it was such a pretty blush color that, like, worked on everybody. Anyways, let's go back to the actual story. Bailey, focus. Thank you. So when it hit theaters, people went absolutely apeshit for it. It looked like a real movie. It felt like a real movie, but the plot was still porn-based. The whole story is about an actress named Linda Lovelace, whose character discovers that she actually has a clit in her throat. Poor thing. And then she learns how to reach it. The tagline of the movie is, quote, how far does a girl have to go to untangle her tingle? I feel like we could have done better with that, but okay, sure. And this movie became so big that one of the most family-friendly and famous figures on television at the time, Johnny Carson, even mentioned the new movie on his show. It was a very big deal. Tens of millions of people tuned into the show every night. If Johnny Carson talked about something in particular, everybody was talking about it. And it wasn't long after that it became kind of okay to watch porn in X-rated theaters. But even more than that, this movie delivered on its title. The sex act known as deep throating got its name from this movie. So now millions of women have the pleasure of at some point in their life being asked to deep throat it. Guilty. So naturally, celebrities, diplomats, business people, and critics all went to the theaters and bought tickets so they could be part of this cultural phenomenon. Because of this movie, a journalist at the New York Times coined the phrase, porno chic. As in, it's now chic to watch porn in your designer outfit. Your designer dildo. Now, some consider Deep Throat to be the most profitable movie of all time. Okay, look, this math is good math. It only cost $25,000 to make the movie Deep Throat, okay? Then, some believe the film took in over $600 million. Wow, and that is in 1972 dollars. That translates to the movie making $4.2 billion today. Holy crap. Let's make a Deep Throat Part 2. Who's down?
Deep Throat Part 2.
I'll be Linda Lovelace. Just kidding. But I will, and, somewhere. Okay, look. Sex really sells. Okay? It's obvious. Now, these estimates are disputed, and the filmmakers say the number is actually higher. But not all that glitters is gold. Because that star I mentioned earlier, Linda Lovelace, oh, poor thing, she came out and said that she was sexually assaulted during the production of the movie, and she did not have a good time. The death of porn's golden era comes because of another technological revolution. You see, in the 1980s, the home video cassette player, or VCR as we know it, was invented. Now, once the VCR splashed onto the scene with those portable cassettes, now you can watch porn in the comfort of your own home. That was a clap. And then, in 1985, the personal camcorder comes out, which means that the power is now in the hands of the people. Oh, you want porn? Here you go. Make it yourself, peasants. I mean, the camcorder really launched the video era of porn, and people could record whatever they wanted directly to tape. So most people would, film kids opening Christmas presents, family vacations, a new drug they got, sucking dick. All just the normal things people did with a camcorder. Fun. And then all this paved the way for a little thing called Girls Gone Wild. Do you remember those infomercials? Warning, this video contains adult content not suitable for children. And we had like a sleepover pretending we sleep, and then you open one eye and you're like, what is that? What is going on? Why are girls just showing titties? That was where we were at that time.
Oh, yeah.
But that was nothing compared to the 1990s, when porn was launched on the internet. No more VHS, baby. Now, people could just upload their own porn to the World Wide Web, or they would steal
I just have to
someone
bite the
else's
bullets.
and
I'm
sell
not
it
being
for
a little
remake.
off because I
It got real
want this
nasty.
bush.
Like what happened
There's
to Pamela
like,
Anderson and Tommy Lee.
Yeah,
Their
that's
private,
what we'll do.
homemade sex tape got stolen and leaked to the internet, and for a while there was like nothing they could do. They eventually sued the guy, which, great, but this celebrity scandal, this intimate sex tape, just made Americans want more. They wanted more sex tapes, more celebrity sex tapes, a little insight as to like how they make love. It was very intrusive, but it was like what everybody was going for. If you were living through the early 2000s, it was a rough time. Peeping in the National Enquirers in like the grocery store. I mean, we all know about the Kim sex tape. There was One Night in Paris. There was all these gross upskirt shots of female celebrities simply stepping out of their car. And it felt like every other day there was some new celebrity sex scandal. Some of them were coming off desperate. Like, look, I have a sex tape too. It's just me posing in different poses. And then others, like their tapes were being stolen, leaked, and it was violating. I feel like the 2000s were rough, and they set a real bad precedent, culturally speaking, because pornography is rising in popularity at this time in a big way. But porn itself is not the problem. Like anything else in the world, people saw you on this porn site. Here's your pic. And you'd be like, what
It
the
happened to
fuck?
someone I know.
It's not good. It's messy and it's disgusting. And people
They
do this, and I feel bad for them.
had let someone film them giving fellatio, and
We had a meeting this morning.
when they broke up, the person did revenge porn and put it up on porn, well, all of them, porn.com, Pornhub, everywhere they could put it. I was just like, oh my gosh. She's like, luckily I give great head, so, you know, yay me, but also really shitty that someone did that. Like, they could have gotten her consent. But now, they're very much known for something way different, and I'm so proud of them.
This has been happening over and over and over again to so many people out there. It had become such a big problem that big porn websites like Pornhub had to change their policies so that only verified creators could upload videos. I guess there's some sort of vetting process for these
I got 25 minutes until I have to put my shoes on, go get my daughter from school.
But hey, at least it's a step in the right direction, I guess. And really, these platforms are just trying to cover their asses from federal and state laws. Because as of February 2021, 46 states and Washington, D.C. passed laws outlawing distribution or production of non-consensual pornography. AKA, you cannot release revenge porn. Nay, you little nasties, you're gonna go to fucking prison. And guess when the federal version of the law went into effect? October 1st, 2022. It's a little recent, okay, but it's in place. You're protected.
Damn, that took a long time.
Didn't pass that, but don't go there. Because if
October
someone releases a sex tape
2022.
you made with a boyfriend,
That's really recent.
they can go to prison. And that's what we want. Some accountability for being a shithead. So thanks, baby Jesus. These laws exist now. Because as you can probably tell about this story, technology keeps evolving, and porn evolves right along with it. And that brings us to a new technological advancement in pornography, the deep fake. Now these are kind of scary because a deep fake
Just want to make sure they are all facing the right direction. They are.
Someone's face onto someone else's body, and then you can make them do or say whatever you want. Sometimes they're honestly very convincing. There's this one TikTok account, and it's a deep fake of Tom Cruise. And I was positive it was him. I was like, wow, this Tom Cruise is wild. He's doing some wild shit. But it was a deep fake. It was someone else's body, and they put his head on the body, and it was talking, and like, it's just creepy. Anyway, what I'm getting at is this deep fake technology is apparently being used to morph people into porn. Yeah. So you could put the president's face on a porn star's body, and then ta-da! It's a porno with the commander-in-chief. It's giving people too much creative freedom, and it can be quite dangerous because it looks so real. Now here's something crazy. Deepfakes in porn? It's been a problem for way longer than you might think. It actually goes all the way back to the 19th century, 1888 in fact. There was this guy named Lagrange Brown. Hey guy. And Lagrange, he was a very well-known, established photographer, and he shot photos for the New York Times. So he was hired by elite New York families to take portraits, but he also shot some scandalous pictures of naked women, sometimes in sexy little lingerie or even costumes. Now Lagrange might be the daddy of the deep fake, because he was in his little dark room developing these photos. What he would do is take a portrait of an upstanding young lady, cut out her head of the negative, and then put it on top of one of the sexy negatives, essentially creating a Frankenstein picture of what looked like a well-to-do girl from a respectable family posing nude. I love good craft. He was a DIY king. But like this was, it looked real, you know, and it could ruin some people's names. It was not very nice of him. Lagrange must have had some time on his hands. I mean, it was 1888, so you were either churning butter or chopping off heads. So of course he had free time. Anyways, he ended up making 500 of these non-consensual
so perfect because I plan on building
You know, like,
a little deck area
no one
over
knows
here.
about cutting and knitting. What
So
does that mean?
this is kind of perfect.
Ahead of his time. And it was more than enough to ruin the reputations of his women. So LaGrange ended up being arrested, and then the truth came out that the photographs were indeed fake. Following his arrest, according to the New York Times, the pictures were put under lock and key and shown to no one. Similar times, those internet-free days, huh? I mean, today, the internet is making porn very accessible, maybe a little too accessible, some would say. And the reason I bring that up is because while I celebrate porn, support it, whatever, there's also another side to it. It's a problem that's really playing out today. Many people are kind of curious to see how this is going to end up. Can't be good. So today, around 40 million adults in America visit porn sites on a daily or regular basis. That's because this is a habit more and more people are picking up, especially in their teen years. So research has shown that the average age of someone when they first see porn is the age of 14. And as many as 93.2% of boys first see hardcore porn before they are 18 years old. And this is kind of concerning or raises red flags because these are formative years that these people are viewing hardcore porn. These are the years where young adults first start seriously dating, and what they see on the internet can and has influenced how they act in sexual relationships. According to UNICEF, the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, they say exposure to porn at the young age can lead to mental health issues, sexism, objectification of women, sexual violence, and other not-so-great outcomes. So yes, it can leave a lasting impression.
As someone
Influences how these
who
young boys
has
view
seen
partners
it,
in the future.
yeah.
When you think about it, when you're viewing porn at a young age, you're kind of learning how to have sex from watching porn, and it's like learning to drive from watching Fast and the Furious, you know? Not a good combo. Most porn today is hardcore, and women are usually not being treated the best. They're being spit on, which some people like it. I got hot, but it's not normal. You know, it's not something you do to Nancy down the street. Maybe, like, if she asks for it, then sure. But it's almost like young boys are taught that degrading women is how they're supposed to have sex, and it's a little concerning. Almost like porn is raising boys to be aggressive towards women. And worst of all, many are getting addicted to it at a very young age. Now, I know some of you are going to be like, well, Larry, like, just kind of take this and
It's raining.
something bigger, but it's like porn's not going to go away. So how do we help with kids being raised and not viewing hardcore shit, you know? I don't know. I don't have answers for you. I'm just giving you numbers to know. Because at the end of the day, I'm not your parent or anything. I'm just telling you what I've learned. It's really that simple. Take this information, do something with it, or don't. That's up to you. So, porn addiction is a very real problem. As many as 10 million adults admit to having an addiction to porn. And now there's a lot of reasons for that, but some of them are that people need to find more and more graphic content to satisfy their urges. Now this can lead to sexual compulsions in the real world. Research shows that watching porn and taking a drug like cocaine both trigger something called the dopamine process in the reward center of the brain. So think of dopamine as the pleasure chemical that is released when we experience something like, maybe you're eating some delicious food, snuggling a puppy, or your dog, or what, and your brain releases dopamine. Like,
The fact that that lines up pretty fucking perfectly to that.
Or for many, watching
And then,
porn, yay, it just makes you feel good. So when the chemical is let loose, it makes a person think, like, me like this thing, me want more. Where porn and drug addiction are different is that porn addicts have a harder time recovering than, let's say, cocaine addicts. That's because coke users can get the drug out of their system. Pornographic images are burnt into the brain forever. So what do? We're doing cocaine? I don't know. We're doing cocaine, also have to raise a little flag and let people know about what it's doing to other people when it comes to addiction and teenagers, you know? We, and researchers, just don't know how this is going to end up, so we'll see. Buckle up. I'm going to start wearing a chastity belt. Yeah. Now, porn isn't going anywhere. It's always been around for a very long time, before Jesus. And it's always going to be around. So why not make it a safe space? And that's exactly what a website like OnlyFans is trying to do. People seem to like this one because the creator is totally in charge of what kind of content they put up, how much they show, how much they don't show, and they can really build personal relationships with fans and cater to whatever hot kink they want. And their viewers are sponsoring them directly, so it's more immersive, hands-on, farm to table. But again, like, where does it end? I don't know. When we started the episode, I only mentioned a few of the genres on Pornhub's year in review, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, more out there. It feels like it's getting to a point where it's just not enough. And it's clear porn addiction is affecting the youth. And then think about technology getting tossed into the mix. Ooh, I want sex with aliens. You know what I'm saying? They have that. That's where you can find me. Sex with the aliens. You know, Facebook even has those goggle things where you can have sex with virtual people. Which is like, I'd rather have not weirdos, but like, you know, I'd rather have guys and girls have sex with virtual people versus going out on the street and doing something else, you know what I mean? It's like maybe one. But seriously, when you think about it, it's like, how did we get from the vacuum lady all the way to where we are now? With technology, with everything. Like, what is the answer here? Do we need less porn? Better porn? No porn? Amateur porn? What are we doing? I don't know. But one thing I know for sure is this. If you take the name of your first pet and put it together with the name of the street you grew up on, allegedly this is your porn star name. So, I got a good porn star name. My porn star name is Sassy Iridanus. That's right. Iridanus is the street name I grew up on. Sassy was my first cat. Sassy Iridanus. Call me that, Joan. Sassy Iridanus. That's Iridanus. Well, everyone. Pornography, huh? Wasn't that a journey? Thank you for learning with me today. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions to get the whole story because you deserve that, Barbara. Now, I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to today's story. So make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can follow along. And leave a comment down below in the comment section on YouTube so I can say hi. Hi. You can also join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder mystery and makeup. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Be safe out there. Make good choices. And maybe just limit the screen time, huh? Alright, I'll be talking to you guys next week. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian, Julia McNeely from Free Arts, Kevin Grush, and Claire Turner from Native Network. Writers, Katie Burris, Allison Filobos, Joey Scaluzzo, and me, Bailey Sarian. Shot and edited by Tafadswa, Nemrutwe, and Lily Young. Research provided by Xander L. Moore and the Dark History Researcher team. Special thanks to our expert, Bryant Hall. And if you don't know, I'm your host, because I got a microphone, Bailey Sarian. Not you. Me. Okay, bye. Why are you still here? Leave. Hello? Bye.
love that with the Lego, like, if you don't like it, or maybe it's not quite how you anticipated it would be, just break it and fix it.
The breakthrough prescription medication that can help you lose body fat and weight. Listen to what people are saying.
It's fun to put on jeans that you couldn't get into 6 months ago. Every morning, I look forward to getting on the scale. For anybody who's struggling with their weight, it's a godsend.
And here's the best part. Your insurance may cover 100% of the cost of your medication. So go to trylifemd.com to have your eligibility checked right now. Get started today at trylifemd.com. That's trylifemd.com.
Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Hi, this is a chance to pretty much tell you everything I learned about something, and it's usually stuff you probably never think about. So all I need you to do is sit back, relax, and just let me tell you about that hot, juicy history gossip. It's so juicy. Okay, so let's jump back in the dark history time machine. We're here at this magical place called the mall. You get it? The mall. Like the claw. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, look, I worked at the mall for a lot of my teenage years. I'm working at the mall, minimum wage, right? Which was another episode we did. So I'm working minimum wage job. I'm taking pictures of kids. I worked at the picture people. Girl. I took pictures of people's kids and family portraits and stuff. Yeah, I did that. Anyways, so then I tried to get another job within the mall, but it was a nicer store, and I needed to wear something that was, interview appropriate. Now this time I was scraping by. I had no extra money and no savings, and I went to Forever 21, and this was like the first time I had seen a Forever 21 because it had just come to the mall I was at, and I had never seen this store before. And I was like, oh my god, everything in here is pretty inexpensive, and I can get like a nice blazer and get interview appropriate clothing for this job interview, And I did, and I left the tags on. They have a terrible return policy, but hey, we know. You see me, I see you. We know. It's okay. Sometimes it's... Anyways, okay, so I was able to get a blazer and nice pants and a nice shirt, just a regular... I didn't have any of this stuff, okay? I dressed like a trash rabbit. I still do. But I get this, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling confident, and I didn't even spend that much. Well, that much, it was still a lot, but it was inexpensive, and I felt good. And I went into that interview the next day like, wow, I feel great, like I could get hired. And if it wasn't for fast fashion, I wouldn't have been able to get new clothes. I depended on fast fashion. Forever 21, H&M, I mean, it's reasonably priced, right? And I could constantly get new pieces. But then you hear about fast fashion and how bad it is, and it gets you thinking, well, what's so bad about it? What's so bad? It's turning into garbage. That's what you always hear. But I wanted to know more, right? So, got to digging, doing some Googling out there, trying to learn, okay, Bailey, you need to get fully educated on fast fashion. And here's what I learned. I'm going to tell you all about it. Now, if you don't know, fast fashion is defined as the practice of companies that mass produce and sell extremely inexpensive, on-trend clothing. The whole goal is for styles to go from the runways to the rack as fast as possible. So I'm talking about stores like Zara, Forever 21, H&M, and even online retailers like Revolve, Nasty Gal, and Shein. Yeah, Shein. And we all thought it was Shein. Shane. I don't know. I just didn't know it was Shein. And that's what I learned today. Honestly, the list goes on and on and on. And, yeah. It's just taking over the planet. And because these clothes are so inexpensive, a lot of us are not asking a lot of questions, right? We're just stoked that we can buy 2 cool shirts in 2 different colors that fit well, look good, whatever. But here's the thing, I get it, like it's this topic always makes me uncomfortable because if it wasn't for fast fashion, I personally, like, I wouldn't be able to get new clothes. I couldn't afford $200 jeans. So I get it. Like, fast fashion is really, a lot of the times, the only option for a lot of us. And, like, I don't want to, like, make anyone feel bad about that, if that makes sense. Anyways, but at the end of the day, fast fashion sees this as an opportunity to exploit that situation. And that's kind of the whole problem with this industry. Fast fashion can be seen as a great thing and a horrible thing at the exact same time, but it's not going away anytime soon. Fashion didn't used to be all about getting that cute, perfect, curve-hugging out.
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna leave that. No, actually, I'm gonna bring this over. I have enough. I'm gonna bring these over, and that's gonna be the last thing that we do. Because it is almost time to put our shoes on and get ready to travel and go get my mini human from school. Yes. Very, very, very fucking nice. That was fucking satisfying. Future Amber can do other things to it. We also now officially have a gate around everything. So, yay us. Future Amber can do that. The pigs are just roaming wild. That is why I couldn't put it there. Gonna fix that real quick, just because future Amber will think, potentially, she'll think that we're using those, but I want to put that, so then she knows, yeah, this is what we use. right here. And say our goodbyes. Future Amber will get to finish all of this. I mean, continue to work on, because, let's be honest, now, who knows when it will be finished. It'll probably never be finished. I'll just always continue to change it up. But we did a lot today, so, and I'm also happy about the fencing, because now the only place that a skeleton can get into the village is right here. But they can't open doors. So, and I'm probably going to put something there. I just haven't quite decided how that's going to go. But they can't get in here this way. It's just right here is the only way a Bone Daddy can get in. Yeah, stand in the middle of my fucking house that's under construction. It's coming together so beautifully. It's going to be the tallest bit. Well, maybe not all of it, but it's going to have a tower definitely that's just taller than that. I'll probably put the tower over here, most likely. Who knows? Well, future Amber will see. Until then, and always, I hope that you are being kind to yourself and everyone else. And I'll see you next time. Bye.